Welcome everybody to second day of Dhara Ayurveda Vision 2047, organized by seven organizations which are there on every flyer. We will begin with Ekam video. Today's day we will begin with Ekam video and then we will proceed with our vision talks.
आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव का प्रारंभ हो रहा है।
आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव स्वतंत्रता के 75 वर्षों के साथ हमारे देश के गौरवशाली इतिहास, संस्कृति और उपलब्धियों को जानने की पहल है। देश को आजाद हुए 75वें वर्ष में अमृत महोत्सव शुरू किया गया और पिछले एक साल से देश उत्साह और उमंग के साथ ये उत्सव मना रहा है। ये पूरा कार्यक्रम स्वतंत्रता संघर्ष, आइडिया एट 75, एक्शन एट 75, अचीवमेंट्स एट 75, रिजॉल्व एट 75 के 5 पिलर्स पर आधारित है। आजादी के आंदोलन की दांडी यात्रा ने ब्रिटिश हुकूमत के खिलाफ एक अलख जगाई थी। गुजरात की उसी धरती पर एक बार फिर उस सफर को याद करते हुए आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव को लॉन्च किया गया। इस अमृत महोत्सव के दौरान देश भर में विभिन्न कार्यक्रम आयोजित किए गए, जिनमें से प्रमुख थे क्रांतिकारी मंगल पांडे जी को श्रद्धांजलि, मणिपुर के मोइरांग में आईएनए द्वारा भारतीय ध्वज फहराने का अवसर, महिला क्रांतिकारियों की याद में किताब का विमोचन, भगवान बिरसा मुंडा के जन्म दिवस को जनजातीय गौरव दिवस के रूप में मनाना, खुदीराम बोस की याद में सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम, जलियांवाला बाग स्मारक का पुनर्निर्माण, ड्रोन शो द्वारा क्रांतिकारियों को श्रद्धांजलि और नेताजी की 125वीं जयंती पर उनकी होलोग्राम प्रतिमा का अनावरण। इन सब के अलावा 2 करोड़ से अधिक नागरिकों ने राष्ट्रगान गाकर अपनी भावना को प्रकट किया और पूर्वोत्तर के रुझाजो गांव में जनजातीय नृत्य का सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम आयोजित किया गया, जिसमें जनजातीय समाज का उत्साह देखते ही बनता था। काशी उत्सव से हमारी सांस्कृतिक विरासत और उसके आध्यात्मिक पक्ष से संपूर्ण विश्व परिचित हुआ। देश के बच्चों ने भी अमृत महोत्सव में अपनी भागीदारी करते हुए प्रधानमंत्री को पोस्ट कार्ड लिखकर उनसे अपने सपने शेयर किए। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग दिवस पर 75 स्थानों पर हुए कार्यक्रमों ने भारतीय योग के महत्व से लोगों को परिचित कराया। रिपब्लिक डे परेड पर भारत की भव्य सांस्कृतिक विरासत का जिन कलाकारों ने प्रदर्शन किया, वो वंदे भारतम नृत्य उत्सव के द्वारा चयनित किए गए थे। लद्दाख में 225 फीट का राष्ट्रीय ध्वज, देशभक्ति गीत, लोरी तथा रंगोली प्रतियोगिता का आयोजन किया गया और जन भागीदारी से ये कार्यक्रम सफल हुए। भारतीय उत्सवों के हर्षोल्लास को कई गुना बढ़ाते हुए उमंग उड़ान उत्सव मनाया गया, जिसमें आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव का संदेश देती पतंगों ने आकाश में उड़ान भरी। आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव के तहत गति शक्ति योजना के लॉन्च के साथ ही अर्बन कॉन्क्लेव में 75 परियोजनाओं का शिलान्यास हुआ और 75,000 लोगों को उनके घर की चाबी सौंपी गई। वाणिज्य सप्ताह, स्मार्ट अर्बनाइजेशन, स्टार्टअप इंडिया और मेघालय की उमंग गोट नदी उत्सव, सुशासन सप्ताह, टेम्पल 360 वेबसाइट जैसे कार्यक्रमों ने अमृत महोत्सव को सफल बनाया है। नदी उत्सव से लोगों में जीवनदायिनी नदियों के प्रति जागरूकता बढ़ी। पिछले 1 साल से मनाए जा रहे इस उत्सव में जो उत्साह और जन भागीदारी का प्रदर्शन हुआ है, वो दर्शाता है कि देश इस उत्सव के महत्व को जानता है। विश्व भर में इस प्रोग्राम के तहत इवेंट आयोजित किए गए हैं। मार्च 2021 से अमृत महोत्सव मनाने का सिलसिला आज भी देश में लगातार जारी है। ये हमारे देश, संस्कृति, परंपरा और विरासत पर गर्व करने का उत्सव है।
आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव हमें आजादी की जंग की स्मृतियों को जीने का अवसर देता है।
Thank you IT team for screening it. And now we have few announcements for the speakers because we are live streaming the event. So we want everything to be visible to the people who have joined online. So just few announcements and then we will begin. So let's begin with the vision talks. Welcome everybody, and like yesterday, today also we have wide range of speakers. We have Paramparik Vaidya with whom we will begin with. Then we have IT, I don't know how to say it, IT experts, and then we have people from education. We have Chairman NCISM, Dev Pujari sir, and people from all from industry, Vriksha Ayurveda, and you will, I'm sure, it will be as engaging as it was yesterday. So let's begin with very important part of Indian medical tradition, that is Paramparik Vaidya, folk medicine. So we have Paramparik Vaidya, Vaidya Shivananji, so with us, who will be delivering the first lecture. He is the 4th generation Paramparik Kautumbik Vaidya, whose specialization is in paralysis, but the family is known for doing this service to the society almost without taking any money. And even if somebody insists to give that dakshina, that's also received in very small amount is received. This is all done for society for 4 generations now. And especially his great grandmother was started the delivery system, delivery by using the Indian tradition knowledge, and they continue doing that. From age of 4.5, 5 years, all the family members are actually trained in doing that. So it's, I think it's a very amazing tradition. And Chivananji will be talking to us in Malayalam, but there is Hindi text here which is matching what he is talking about. So we can have the reference. Yeah. Can the font size be made bigger? Can we zoom in? Can't we zoom in? No, we can.
പൂജനീയ ഗുരുജനങ്ങളെ, ആദരണീയരായ സഹോദരി സഹോദരങ്ങളെ, എല്ലാവർക്കും എൻ്റെ പ്രണാമം. ഞാനിന്ന് വളരെ സന്തോഷവാനാണ്, അതിലേറെ ദുഃഖിതനുമാണ്. കാരണം ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ളൊരു സദസ്സിൽ സംസാരിക്കാനൊരു വേദി ലഭിക്കുക എന്നത് എനിക്ക് വളരെയധികം സന്തോഷമുള്ള ഒരു സന്ദർഭമാണ്. അഥവാ എനിക്കതെങ്ങനെയാണ് പറഞ്ഞ് മനസ്സിലാക്കേണ്ടതെന്ന് അറിയില്ല, അത്രയ്ക്ക് ഞാൻ സന്തോഷവാനാണ്. എന്നാൽ നമുക്ക് സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യം ലഭിച്ചിട്ട്, ഭാരതത്തിന് സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യം ലഭിച്ചിട്ട് 75 വർഷം കഴിഞ്ഞ്, എന്നിട്ടും എൻ്റെ തനത് പാരമ്പര്യത്തെ നിലനിർത്തുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടി ഞാൻ ഒരുപാട് കഷ്ടപ്പെടേണ്ട സാഹചര്യത്തിലാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ നിലവിലുള്ളത്. എൻ്റെ മുത്തശ്ശി, അഥവാ ഞാൻ പഠിച്ചിട്ടുള്ളത് എൻ്റെ മുത്തശ്ശിയിൽ നിന്നാണ്. എൻ്റെ മുത്തശ്ശി ഒരു പ്രശസ്തമായ ഒരു വൈദ്യ കുടുംബാംഗമാണ്. എടശ്ശേരിമല, പിന്നെ പുതുമൂടം, തെക്കേമല, എലന്തൂര് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ആറന്മുളയോട് അനുബന്ധമായിട്ടുള്ള വില്ലേജുകളിലൊക്കെ ഏതാണ്ട് എല്ലാ വീടുകളിലും എന്ന് പറയാം ഗർഭിണി അഥവാ സൂതിക ചികിത്സ ചെയ്യുന്നതിലായിരുന്നു എൻ്റെ മുത്തശ്ശിയുടെ സ്ഥിരമായ ജോലി. അവിടുന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് മുത്തശ്ശിക്ക് ചെറിയ ദക്ഷിണ കിട്ടുമായിരുന്നു. പക്ഷെ ആ ദക്ഷിണ കൊണ്ട് മാത്രം കുടുംബം വളരെ വൃത്തിയായിട്ട് ഭംഗിയായിട്ടും പോകുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അതേപോലെ എൻ്റെ മുത്തശ്ശൻ ഉലകൻ മൂപ്പൻ, ഉലകനാഥൻ എന്നാണ് അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ യഥാർത്ഥ പേര്, അദ്ദേഹവും പാരമ്പര്യ വൈദ്യൻ തന്നെയായിരുന്നു. എൻ്റെ അച്ഛൻ കെ തങ്കപ്പൻ വൈദ്യർ, അദ്ദേഹവും പാരമ്പര്യ വൈദ്യൻ തന്നെയായിരുന്നു. അദ്ദേഹവും ഈ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ തന്നെ കേരളത്തിലും കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ വെളിയിലും അനേകം ചികിത്സാ സ്ഥലങ്ങളിൽ ഗ്രാമങ്ങളിലും പോയി ചികിത്സിക്കുന്നൊരു വ്യക്തിയായിരുന്നു. ഞാൻ ഏതാണ്ട് എനിക്ക് അക്ഷരവിദ്യാഭ്യാസം പൂർത്തീകരിച്ച സമയത്ത് ഒരു മിനിമം 52 വർഷങ്ങൾക്ക് മുമ്പ് ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ മുത്തശ്ശിയിൽ നിന്ന് ഈ വിദ്യ പഠിക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങി. അതായത് ഇവിടെ എല്ലാവരും അക്ഷരം പഠിക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ പാരമ്പര്യ വിദ്യ പഠിക്കാനാണ് പോയത്. ഏകദേശം 52 വർഷത്തോളമായി. കഴിഞ്ഞ 26 വർഷത്തോളമായിട്ടും ഞാൻ സ്വന്തമായിട്ട് എൻ്റെ ഗുരുക്കന്മാരുടെ അനുമതിയോടുകൂടി നിലവിലിപ്പോൾ ചികിത്സ ചെയ്തു വരുന്നു. കേരളത്തിലും കേരളം വിട്ട് വിവിധ സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങളിൽ ഞാൻ പോകുന്നുണ്ട്. അതുമാത്രമല്ല, ഇന്ത്യയിലുള്ള വിവിധ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റികളിൽ നാഡീപരീക്ഷയുടെ ക്ലാസ് ഞാൻ എടുക്കുന്നു. BAMS, MBBS, BHMS മുതലായ ഡോക്ടർമാർ അഥവാ ആധികാരികമായിട്ട് വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം നേടിയിട്ടുള്ള ഡോക്ടർമാർക്ക് ഞാൻ നാഡീപരീക്ഷയുടെ ക്ലാസ് എടുത്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു. ഇതൊക്കെ ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു വ്യക്തി എന്ന നിലയ്ക്ക് ഒരു വശം സന്തോഷം വരുമ്പോൾ മറുവശത്തെനിക്ക് ദുഃഖമാണുള്ളത്. കാരണം ഞാൻ ഇന്ന് അറിയപ്പെടുന്നത് ഒരു വ്യാജൻ എന്ന പേരിലാണ്. ഹിന്ദിയിൽ പറഞ്ഞ നക്ലി വൈദ്യ, ഒരു വ്യാജൻ എന്നാണ് അറിയപ്പെടുന്നത്. യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ ബ്രിട്ടീഷുകാർ പലതും നമുക്ക് നല്ല കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതിലുപരി നമ്മുടെ ശാസ്ത്രത്തെ പൂർണ്ണമായിട്ട് നശിപ്പിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി നമ്മുടെ ഋഷിജനങ്ങൾ എഴുതിയിട്ടുള്ള ശാസ്ത്രത്തെ അവരാൽ നശിപ്പിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന രീതിയിലുള്ള പലതും ഇവിടെ ചെയ്തു വെച്ചു. അതിന് തന്നെയാണ് നമ്മൾ ഇന്നും പിന്തുടരുന്നത്. 75 വർഷം കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടും നമ്മൾ അതിനെയാണ് പിന്തുടരുന്നത്. ഈ പിന്തുടർച്ച നമുക്ക് ദുഃഖത്തിന് കാരണമാണ്. ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ പരമ്പരാഗത ചികിത്സാ സമ്പ്രദായമായ ലാടവൈദ്യത്തിലെ നാഡീ പരിശോധനയിലാണ് രോഗനിർണയം നടത്തുന്നത്. അതിന് സമയവും കാലവും ഏകദേശം 5:30 മുതൽ 9:30 വരെയുള്ള രാവിലത്തെ സമയത്താണ്. എന്നിട്ടും രോഗികൾ എൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് എത്തുകയും ചികിത്സിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യുന്നു. ആ ചികിത്സയാണ് സത്യത്തിൽ അവർക്ക് കിട്ടുന്ന ആശ്വാസത്തിന് വേണ്ടിയാണ് അവർ യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ എത്തിപ്പെടുന്നത്. ആ ആശ്വാസമാണ് മുതൽക്കൂട്ട്. അതുപോലെ ഔഷധമായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നത് നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടിലുള്ള ചെറു സസ്യങ്ങളെയാണ് ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നത്. ഇതിനൊക്കെ നമ്മൾ ഈടാക്കുന്നതും ദക്ഷിണാ സ്വരൂപത്തിൽ ലഭിക്കുന്ന സാധനമാണ്. ശരിക്ക് ഈ വിദ്യയുടെ നിലനിൽപ്പിന് ഞങ്ങൾ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന ദക്ഷിണയാണ്. ഞങ്ങളുടെ നിലനിൽപ്പും അതുതന്നെയാണ്. അതുപോലെ വിവിധ ചികിത്സാശാസ്ത്രങ്ങളിൽ എത്തിപ്പെട്ട് ചികിത്സ ലഭിക്കാത്തത് കൊണ്ടോ ചികിത്സ ഇല്ലാത്തത് കൊണ്ടോ ആണ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ അടുത്ത് എത്തുന്നത്. അത് യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ ഭാരതീയ പാരമ്പര്യ ചികിത്സയോടുള്ള വിശ്വാസം കൊണ്ടാണ്. അതായത് നമ്മുടെ ഭാരതത്തിൻ്റെ പരമ്പരാഗത ചികിത്സാ പദ്ധതി ആയുർവേദമാകാം, സിദ്ധയാകാം, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അതിന് ഏത് പേരിട്ട് വിളിച്ചാലും എല്ലാ ചികിത്സകളും അതിൽ ഉൾക്കൊള്ളുന്നതാണ്. ആ ചികിത്സാ ശാസ്ത്രങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടിയുള്ള എന്താ പറയുക, അതിനോടുള്ള വിശ്വാസം, ജനങ്ങളിലുള്ള വിശ്വാസമാണ്. ആ ചികിത്സാ വിശ്വാസത്തെ നിലനിർത്തുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടി നമുക്ക് നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടിൽ ഒരു നല്ല രീതിയിലുള്ള നാട്ടുവൈദ്യ അഥവാ ഓരോ ലോക്കലിലുമുള്ള അറിവുകളെ സംയോജിപ്പിച്ചുകൊണ്ടുള്ള ഒരു പഠന ഗവേഷണ കേന്ദ്രം കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ വേണ്ടി നമുക്ക് 75 വർഷമായിട്ട് സാധിച്ചിട്ടില്ല. അത് നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യേണ്ട പ്രധാന വിഷയമാണ്. യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ നമ്മൾ മറന്നുപോയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു വിഭാഗമാണ്. നമ്മൾ വിദേശ ശാസ്ത്രങ്ങളിൽ നിന്ന് കിട്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള അറിവുകൾ നല്ലത് തന്നെ, അതിനോടൊപ്പം നമ്മുടെ അറിവിനെ നമ്മൾ മറന്നു പോകുന്നു. ഇവിടെ എഴുതിയിട്ടില്ല എങ്കിലും ഞാനൊരു ചെറിയ കാര്യം എനിക്ക് ഈ സന്ദർഭവശാൽ സൂചിപ്പിക്കാൻ തോന്നുന്നു. ഉദാഹരണത്തിന് നമ്മൾ പ്രഷറിന് കൊടുക്കുന്ന സർപ്പഗന്ധയിൽ നിന്ന് എടുത്തിട്ടുള്ള ഗുളിക ഇപ്പോൾ അധികമായിട്ട് കഴിക്കുന്ന രോഗികൾക്ക് അപസ്മാരം വരുന്നു എന്ന് പരാതിയുണ്ട്. എന്നാൽ ഇതേ സർപ്പഗന്ധ പാരമ്പര്യ വൈദ്യത്തിൽ अपस्मारतने चिकित्सयाയിട്ട് കൊടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. अपस्मारतने दवा के स्वरूप में दे रहा हूँ. ज़्यादा सर्पगंधा के गोली प्रेशर के लिए वो ले लिया तो क्या हो जाएगा, उनको अपस्मार आ रहे ऐसा बोल रहे. इसका मतलब हमें समझना ये है, अपना परंपरागत वैद्य अथवा आयुर्वेदिक रहेगा, सिद्ध रहेगा, कुछ भी रहेगा, आप कुछ भी नाम बोलो, उसको उसी तरफ के एक पठन गवेषणा केंद्र आना चाहिए. जड़ी बूटी के उसी तरफ क्या जड़ी बूटी के कुछ विभाग को निकाल के हमें ट्रीटमेंट के लिए लेके जा रहे, सही में वो क्लियर रास्ता में नहीं जा रहे, ये हमें सबको मालूम है. फिर भी हमें आंख बंद करके बैठ रहे हैं. क्यों? अपने ऊपर हमें, अपना शास्त्र के ऊपर हमें विश्वास नहीं है, ऐसा मेरे को लग रहा है. मेरा कहना यही है, अभी आने वाला 25 साल में पूरा भारत में एक ही स्वरूप में पारंपरिक वैद्यों का अथवा सिद्धा रहेगा, यूनानी रहेगा, कुछ भी अपना भारत के पूरा सिस्टम के ट्रेडिशनल हीलर्स से भी लेके सबका भी एक अच्छा सा सेंटर बनाने के लिए हमको होना चाहिए, अच्छा ट्रीटमेंट विभाग बनाना चाहिए। देखो अभी डिलीवरी के बारे में हमको मालूम है, डिलीवरी मेरा दादी माना कम से कम 6,000 के ऊपर डिलीवरी उन्होंने किया। उसमें उन्होंने कभी कभी इमली के पानी, इमली के सोरस में हाथ डाल के, वो हाथ अपना लेडी के ब्रह्म मुख के अंदर डाल के उधर से बच्चों को निकाला भी है, कुछ भी बच्चों को मृत्यु नहीं होगा। अभी आपको मालूम है सिसेरियन और फोर्स ऐसा कुछ करके डिलीवरी करने के बाद में कुछ बच्चे लोग मेरे पास आ रहा हूँ, मैं चाहिए तो कितना बच्चों के देना चाहिए मैं दे दूँगा आपको। बच्चों को बाहर निकालने के बाद में क्या हो रहा है, उनका मानसिक भ्रांति में जा रहे हैं, वो बीमारी जिंदा पूर्ति उनको, उनका परिवार को आगे जा रहा है। ये कितना दुख की बात है। डिलीवरी कभी भी बीमारी नहीं है, वो नॉर्मली अपना घर पे होना चाहिए। अभी क्या आयुर्वेदिक में कुछ भी डिलीवरी नहीं है, डिलीवरी वैदेशिक चिकित्सा पद्धति में लेके गया है। हर एक घर पे, हर एक इंसान के घर पे भी डिलीवरी होता है। आयुर्वेदिक वैद्य को अथवा डॉक्टर को किसी को डिलीवरी में कुछ बेनिफिट सही में मिलता नहीं है। क्यों? अपना पास क्या मिलना चाहिए वो बाहर निकल गया है, और हमें क्या कर रहे हैं, दूसरा अवस्था में लेके जाके डिलीवरी को। अभी 1 महीना हो गया ऐसा समझो, समशी आ गया, तो उस टाइम से उनका स्कैनिंग और मल कफ रक्त सबका भी क्या बोलेगा, सबका भी परिशोधन करना चाहिए और उसका रिकॉर्ड बनाना चाहिए। ऐसा जा रहा है, हमें सब ऐसा नहीं कर रहे। मेरा दादी माँ ने 12 बच्चों को पैदा किया, वो खुद के, उन्होंने उनको 12 बच्चे था। मेरा माँ को 6 बच्चे लोग था, मेरा बीबी को 3 बच्चे लोग हैं। हमें गया नहीं है हॉस्पिटल में, घर पे ही है। ये सभी हम समझना है अपना इंसान के अवस्था कहाँ लेके जा रहे। ये इतना अच्छा संहिता, अच्छा शास्त्र अपना हाथ में है, इसको तोड़ के अथवा छोड़ के हमें दूसरा रास्ता में जा रहा हो अपना गाड़ी। देखो अभी अपना खाना पानी और अधिक औषधि के यूज़, इसमें से सभी लोग बीमारी में जा रहा हो। इसको हमें वापस लेके आने के लिए अपना पूरा पारंपरिक पद्धति से चिकित्सा पद्धति और जीवन पद्धति हमें आगे लेके जाना पड़ेगा। सही में मैं ये समझ रहा हूँ, आयुर्वेदिक अथवा पारंपरिक वैद्य सब चिकित्सा पद्धति नहीं है, जीवन के पद्धति है। हमें अभी चिकित्सा के पद्धति में लेके गया, उसमें क्या हो गया, ज़्यादा पैसा कमाने के लिए मन आ गया, ज़्यादा पैसा खर्चा भी करते उसके लिए। ये दोनों से ही में गलत है। उसके लिए मेरा एक ही विनती है, अभी इधर बैठा हुआ गवर्नमेंट के और बाहर मेरा आवाज़ सुनने वाला कुछ गवर्नमेंट के अधिकारी लोगों से मेरा एक ही विनती है, भारत के हर एक विद्या के ऊपर भी हमें सबको मिलकर, कुल मिलकर एक अच्छा चिकित्सा पद्धति में लेके आना चाहिए। उसमें एक छोटा सा एक विषय है, ट्रेडिशनल हीलर्स अलग अलग जगह में अलग अलग स्वभाव में रहता है ऐसा बोल रहे हैं, उसका नॉलेज हमें मिलेगा नहीं ऐसा कोई कोने में चर्चा चालू है। ऐसा मत समझो। ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज, ओरिजिनल ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज किसके पास है? उन्होंने अपना भारत के सिस्टम से आने वाला कुछ भी प्रोजेक्ट है तो और प्रोजेक्ट के साथ उन्होंने उनका विद्या आगे लेके जाने के लिए, व्यवस्था करने के लिए उन्होंने तैयारी है। उनका भी उनका विद्या आगे रखने के लिए मन है। उसके लिए आपके सहाय संहिता मिल गया तो हमें सच में कर सकते हैं। और अपना 40 आने वाला 47 में भारत में एक ही ट्रीटमेंट चाहिए, भारतीय चिकित्सा पद्धति। उसमें कुछ भी नाम बोलो, भारतीय चिकित्सा पद्धति। और वैदेशिक चिकित्सा पद्धति से हमें पीछे आना चाहिए और भारतीय चिकित्सा पद्धति में आगे जाना चाहिए। अच्छा मिट्टी, अच्छा पानी और अच्छा आरोग्य, उस स्वस्थ उसी अवस्था में हमें जाना चाहिए। मेरा शब्द सुना हुआ सबको मेरा प्रणाम। और मैं उधर लिख के उसमें से भी थोड़ा आगे पीछे गया है, ओके, मैं लिख के नहीं पढ़ रहे, उसके पॉइंट के हिसाब में मैं बोला है, आप समझा रहेगा। अच्छा, नमस्ते।
It's uploaded.
हमें ट्रेडिशनल हीलर्स पूरा भारत में अगला 1 महीना में अपना पास रहने वाला नॉलेज को लिखित स्वरूप में लेके आने के लिए प्रयत्न करेगा, ऐसा हमें निर्णय किया है। अगला 1 साल में पूरा 7 लाख गांव में इसके काम हमें चालू करेगा। हमको यूनिवर्सिटी के और गवर्नमेंट के सब हेल्प चाहिए ये काम पूर्ति करने के लिए।
आनंद जी ने जो बातें कही, इसे हमें बहुत ज़्यादा प्रसन्नता हो रही है। और मैं भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा विभाग, भारत सरकार की तरफ से मैं सबको आश्वासन देना चाहता हूं मंच के ऊपर से कि आप भारतीय भाषा, भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा, भारतीय भाषाओं में आप जो लिखित करने वाले हैं, मैं आपसे सादर निवेदन करूंगा कि आप उसको अपनी मातृभाषा में लिखें और उसको हम पूरे देश तक पहुंचाने का काम हम लेंगे।
Yeah, so in the afternoon, TD, you will give the Paramparik Vaidya Ratna award to Vaidyaji in the afternoon. So, next speaker is Vaidya Ram Manohar, very known name. And when it comes to research in Ayurveda, especially clinical research in Ayurveda, he is heading Center for Advanced Research in Amrita Vidyapit, and earlier has experience with AVP, a long experience in research in Ayurveda. Ram Manohar ji is known to do very sophisticated, follow all the scientific methods, all the scientific protocols, while he holds on to the essence of Ayurveda. Even in last few months when we were having some discussions, he said, I will not support anything if there is dilution of Ayurveda in it. So he's very strong about it. And while doing the clinical research which is globally accepted, his roots are in Ayurveda, and we will see that from his presentation. And even the title of the presentation. Yeah. Here.
Switch on. Hello. Namaste, my pranams to everyone here. It's an honor to share my thoughts on the future vision of Ayurveda during the Dhara event. I'll get into the topic as there's very little time. So, as you can see, the title of my talk today is Yugana Rupa Ayurveda, breaking the molds of the past and developing the core of Ayurveda. And the key message that I would like to convey is that, Ayurveda has been reinventing itself throughout the course of its evolutionary history. It has had its periods of, growth, stagnation, stability, and in this cycle it faced a very difficult period during the colonial time. And this is a pending task in the evolutionary history of Ayurveda. Ayurveda has not been able to completely address the demands of changing time and space, and that is what I would like to outline as a vision. So the context is exactly this. It's, Ayurveda is a health tradition with a remarkable continuity, and it's also a dynamic tradition, always assimilating and adapting, not only from within our country, but also, exchanging knowledge, globally. So around the time of colonial era, also Ayurveda was one of the world's most advanced healthcare systems. But weakened by invasions and hostile policies imposed by colonial rule, Ayurveda has struggled to modernize and adapt to the needs of the time. And I think Ayurveda survived the post-colonial period due to nationalist sentiments, but the whole thing has been, when you look at modernization, it has come to mean reinventing Ayurveda in the image of modern medicine. This is the pressure in which Ayurveda is working today, reinventing itself in the image of modern medicine, validating itself or forced to validate itself using the measuring rods of contemporary science. And this is just an overview. I mean, here you can see how Ayurveda was geographically, spread out throughout the country, and chronogeographically is, a very dynamic tradition reaching out to all cultures and civilizations of the world. Oh, sorry. Oh, maybe sorry. Yeah. I'm very sorry about the. Yeah. So the next point is outline of the future vision for Ayurveda, and to summarize, considering the limited time, there's so many details I'd like to get into, but I want to give an overview. There are three aspects, I think, to the modernization of Ayurveda. One is reinventing itself on the basis of its own epistemological and ontological framework, integrating with the paradigm of other traditional medicines, including the folk system. When we talk about integration, we are only talking about integration with modern medicine. But we must realize that, other traditional systems of knowledge, folk healing, all these are very rich. They have also contributed to the development of Ayurveda as a formal system. And then we have, integration with the modern medical paradigm. And these first two steps are where we have not really given enough attention to. So my focus is more on, I'm just going to give a very brief overview of what we can do in the other two areas, but I'd like to focus clearly on the Ayurvedic vision of how it should keep reinventing itself and modernizing itself within its own framework. So that is the title is inspired by Vagbhada's statement, Yuganurupa Sandarbho Vibhagena Karishyate. And if you study the traditions, it's very clear where, at what point of time we need to readapt and, present Ayurveda in an updated way. So we need to. And what does this mean? One, Pratisamskarana. This is a very important aspect. The texts have to be, updated. I mean, today we have come to think that we cannot change any of these textbooks, but that idea should be completely relooked into. And even textbooks like Charaka, Sushruta, I mean, they have reached us after so many editions and revisions, and that process has to continue. So it said, Samskarta Kuride Tantram Puranam Cha Punarnavam. An old treatise becomes new again through this process of Samskarana. And the third thing, which is very important, which needs to be brought into our educational system, is Agama Alochana. Yesterday, during a meeting, a PG student asked me if my data is not supporting the null hypothesis, but maybe I should still accept the alternate hypothesis because we cannot disprove Ayurveda. I mean, that idea has to go. The textbooks very clearly say that you can critically look into the texts. There is a provision for Akshepa, trying to disprove. And only when you get a samadhana or a proper answer, you have to accept it. So that is part of this process of reinvention. Pariksha, personal verification. This is very much emphasized in Charaka Samhita, that by your own pratyaksha and anumana, You have to verify what is written in the text. That is called Vijnanam, and it's not necessary to, take everything in the face value. Anuktartha Grahana. This is a very, very important point that Charaka says, that you have to go beyond what is mentioned in the text. This opens up a whole, in fact, the text itself says that the purpose of the text is to stimulate the student to find knowledge that is not there in the text at all. And the Charaka Samhita clearly says, if you follow blindly what I say, you're going to fail. And then there is another important aspect in the updation. The text very clearly say there are two aspects, Tarkya and Drishya. Tarkya is debatable areas, and then what is observed and verified. Even anatomy, Charaka says, is Tarkyam, and that there is scope for revision. So many areas are there in Ayurveda which can be, wherever Pratyaksha and Anumana is used, because Ayurveda knowledge has been created through two domains. One is Atindriya Jnana, which is through yoga and other practices, which you cannot verify through modern scientific methods. You need to do those practices in order to reach there. But the other areas, clearly we can verify, re-verify, correct and update using observational methodologies. Vyavahara and Shastra can be reformulated and updated. We can even create new theories. This kind of thought process should be encouraged in Ayurveda. Sushruta's model of disease is different from Charaka, and even in later period in books like Siddha Mantra, new theories have come. I mean, that creativity is lacking in the field of Ayurveda today. Acceptance of new knowledge, and Charaka gives a very clear criteria for that. Any Shastra Vada that is in tune with the principles of Ayurveda, Vedarthada Viparita, which has been verified by investigators, Parikshagai Parikshita, Lokanagraha Pravarta, if it is useful, beneficial for the world, Tadapi Aptopadesh, Tadapi Aptagama, that can also be accepted. So expanding the pharmacopoeia, this is also very important. Jagatyeva Manaushadam, Ayurveda is using only less than 10% of the total plant wealth, medicinal plants in the country, because Ayurveda insisted that we must study this in great detail. So we need to do that, and I think our pharmacopoeia needs a real updation. Many controversial plants which we cannot identify have to be removed, and we need to make it more functional. And then studying new diseases, Ukta Anukta Vyadhi. I mean, profiling new diseases in an Ayurvedic framework. This is very, very important. What we have today is just some functional understanding, but we need to create a new diagnostic work like that of Madhava Nidana. And so we do find, I mean, there are much more. I just wanted to give a glimpse of how Ayurveda itself gives us a roadmap on how to do this, updation. Now, integrating with the paradigm of other traditional medical systems, co-development of traditional medical systems. I think we need to create a healthy environment, because in India we have medical pluralism but no cooperation. Even within traditional medical systems, this is extremely important. And I think Ayurveda has learnt a lot from Siddha. There has been mutual contributions, even Chinese medicine, and that ecosystem has to be revived. And convergences, divergences, comparative strengths and weaknesses of traditional medical systems. I think many of our health problems could be solved if our traditional systems cooperate before we start jumping to collaborate with modern medicine. That should be the last step. We must first strengthen ourselves from inside. And we should also have integrative treatment guidelines for traditional medicine first, and then think about. So I strongly recommend cooperation between different medical systems, because even during the pandemic and all that, we found that even when traditional medicine was trying to come together, there were the spirit of competition and insecurity, which is not healthy, and that greatly also undermined our ability to address the pandemic in a more effective way. If there were more cooperation between traditional practitioners, I'm sure we could have done a better work. So integrating with modern medical paradigm, I think we need to go very deep into the epistemology and the idea of pluralism of not medical systems but knowledge systems. You cannot talk about medical systems plurals. It will not work unless you really go into the system of different knowledge systems. When there is a pluralism of knowledge system, there can be pluralism of medical systems. So we need a meta framework. And there are many things we can update where it's observation, like anatomy, and some it should happen at one point and then we need to leave it there. We don't still need to have Sharira Kriya and Sharira Rachana, which is absolutely reconstruction of Ayurvedic understanding of Sharira, copying modern medicine. Ayurveda has Shariram. That's another way of looking at the body, and we don't need to make a hodgepodge of this. I mean, then drug identification, safety, quality control, development of new dosage forms, network pharmacology, these are all areas where, due to time pressure, I'll just very quickly talk about a few points. I want to come to the last one. So one is where, we can use knowledge from modern medicine and strengthen Ayurveda. Many areas where we can do diagnostic methods, research methodologies. Ayurveda has the principles of research, but sometimes the statistics and some specific study designs are not well elaborated, but you can adapt them from modern medicine. Herb drug interaction studies are very, very important to promote integrative practices, integrative treatment protocols. But another interesting area what I would like to highlight is hybrid frameworks. Like today when we talk about microbiome, Agni, there is no need to tell that microbiome was already known to Ayurveda. What I strongly have understood is that bring the concept of microbiome, bring the concept of Agni, accept that they are both different ways of looking at this whole function of the gut, and then when you combine the two together, then you get something more powerful. And there are many such areas where these two different frameworks can come together and create something really new. So the roadmap to achieve the future vision, I think we need to do, I look at it this way: for the vertical growth of Ayurveda, we need backward integration with Indian knowledge systems, horizontal integration with other traditional systems, including the folk traditions. And then, we can have the forward integration with modern medicine, and then Ayurveda will grow vertically. So, here updating classical literature, I think we cannot wait for another Vagbhada to write a new Samhita. I don't think that is necessary. If a very serious team of experts sit together, we can just curate the existing text and create a version that could become the basis. Students will feel more comfortable when they are dealing, if there are too historical outdated elements in the texts. This has an impact on the student's mind, and people are also picking that up and creating all kind of controversies. Okay, so I think my time is almost up. So these are the activities. These are some general, when you look at activities, I'll just highlight a few things here. So one is this textbook. The other is, I think, a lot of, for the creative application of Ayurveda, we need to start studying many new things. The foods that we are using today, the plants that we are using today from an Ayurvedic perspective. This is very, very important. The Ayurvedic approach to identifying drug properties, food properties, it's a chemosensorial approach, which is now also resurfacing in the field of modern pharmacology. So we need to look at this, we'll need to create new books, and yes, so I think that's it. The rest I will just share in my slides. This is the overall theme that we need, in reinventing Ayurveda from its own framework, and then integrating with other knowledge systems, and the details of what I thought would be the important steps are mentioned here. To conclude, I would like to say that the slogan for 2047 should be health intelligence, because WHO talked about health for all. Health is not a commodity that can be distributed. Universal health coverage was the next slogan, which is now current, but in the wake of the pandemic we realized that even access to healthcare is not a solution. So Ayurveda talks about prajna. This is the vision of creating a healthy society. Prajna can be translated as health intelligence. So health intelligence through Ayurveda, I mean awakening people in this knowledge, I think should be the overall vision, and for that we need to reconstruct the knowledge of Ayurveda. So I was talking about how we can reconstruct the knowledge of Ayurveda so that we can move towards this vision of health intelligence for all, by 2047 may be too ambitious, but eventually. Thank you.
Token of gift from our side. Open that. Yeah. Box. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. One request. Am I audible? Yeah. One request. Can we all put our phones on silent, please? Phones ellaru switch off athwa
Yes.
silent madana?
Can you listen me?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, just
I can also
Vinita,
hear you.
would she be able to hear me?
Ashwini,
Yeah,
go
yeah.
ahead.
Yeah. I would just like to introduce you, Vinita, 1 minute. So the next no? My voice is not audible.
I'm not able to hear you, Ashwini.
Can I use the caller? Jobin, if it's complicated, I can use that. Now, yeah. Can you hear me now, Varun? No, Vinita also and Varun is checking whether we both are audible. Yeah, next
Ashwini,
presentation.
we are not able to hear you.
Doctor, can you hear me?
Zero. Can you message?
Jobin? No, but she is not able to hear me. You can see that? But he doesn't know what to introduce. Yeah. Varun, can you please tell her that I'll introduce her and then she can start? She doesn't necessarily have to listen to my introduction. I'll call her. Ashwini, can you call her?
Ma'am, just for checking, can you talk so that we will check whether the auditorium can hear?
Yes.
Okay. Let me check with your...
Unmute.
Jobin, can you hear Vinita ma'am?
We can hear,
I can
Varun.
listen you, but there is some sound, means echo. There is echo.
Yeah,
Okay, I'll begin with her introduction. Vinita couldn't join us.
you're able to hear her?
So we have two
So they are able
online
to hear
speakers
her,
today.
Hear you. So you can go ahead with...
Yes. I can go ahead because it's not matter whether I can listen you, but you must listen me properly.
Correct. So, Jobin, as soon as Madam is ready to present, can you just give us a thumbs up in the message? Log out, Madam. It becomes very difficult to again because of the room.
Okay, we can start. She is from Integrative Cancer Treatment and Research. Just that much introduction, then maybe you can.
Ma'am, you can start now. Ma'am, you can start now.
Yes. Have you shared my screen? Have you shared my slides?
Yeah, so can you, Jobin, can we have the slides?
Can I see slides?
Yes, ma'am. Just give us a minute.
Yes.
Give us a moment, the slides will be on the screen. Madam, the slides are on the screen. Are you able to see them? Ma'am, are you able to hear us? Ma'am, are you able to hear us? The slides are on the screen. You can start now. No, you have to unmute. Ma'am, you have to unmute. We are not able to hear you.
Now can you hear? Can you listen me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
You can go ahead. Thank you.
So I'll start my lecture now.
Yes.
Today I am presenting Integrated Cancer Treatment and Research Center of Bharatiya Sanskriti Darshan Trust, which is located at Wagholi, Pune. Our center is recognized as Center of Excellence by Ministry of Ayush, supported by Department of Atomic Energy for Radiotherapy Department, and supported by Tata Trust for Panchakarma Hospital for cancer patients and research labs and various research activities. It is affiliated to Indian Cancer Society and empaneled under Mahatma Jyotiba Phule Jana Arogya Yojana and Pradhan Mantri Jana Arogya Yojana. So the main title of my lecture is Cancer Management and Ayurveda. Next. We have started our cancer research project in 1994 by revered Prabhakar Keshav Sardesh Maharaj, who was an authority in Indian medicine and Nadi Pariksha, Dr. S.P. Sardeshmukh, a renowned Ayurvedic physician, and Dr. Arvind Kulkarni, radiation oncologist. Aim of the project was to reduce sufferings of cancer patients, improve quality of life of cancer patients, minimize side effects of chemotherapy and radiotherapy, and to increase survival. So till date, we have treated more than 13,000 cancer patients of various types and stages and of various grades with adjunct Ayurvedic treatment. And the speciality of our project is that we are delivering a tailor-made Ayurvedic treatment to all patients. That means patients are evaluated from Ayurvedic perspective. We try to diagnose them from Ayurvedic perspective. We try to understand the risk factors, that is Hetu, Samprapti and Nidana from Ayurvedic perspective, and a tailor-made treatment is given to each and every patient. So what are the benefits we observed in this project? That the improvement, there is a drastic improvement in quality of life, remarkably less side effects of chemotherapy and radiotherapy, and increase in disease-free survival, overall survival, and progression-free survival in cancer patients. That means if the reported survival of some aggressive types of cancer is 6 months to 1 year, with the help of Ayurvedic treatment, we can increase overall survival or disease-free survival in many cancer patients. Next one. As we are giving tailor-made treatment to cancer patients, similarly, we have conducted 4 clinical trials with the funding of Tata Trust. In these 4 trials, 400 breast and oral cavity cancer patients were enrolled. And what were the findings of the trial was the Ayurvedic medicines which were used in clinical trial, that is chemo recovery kit, are highly effective for minimizing side effects of chemotherapy, increase immune status, and decrease oxidative stress in breast cancer patients. So in this trial, we started Ayurvedic treatment to 120 breast cancer patients along with chemotherapy. 60 patients received only chemotherapy and 60 patients received Ayurvedic treatment along with chemotherapy. And we studied their chemotherapy toxicities, that is side effects of chemotherapy, biochemical markers, their radiological assessment was done, and immune markers were studied like IL-1, IL-6, IL-8 and IL-10. Oxidative stress markers were also studied in this study. And what we have observed that Ayurvedic medicines are really effective in minimizing side effects by means of improving immune status and oxidative stress. Similar findings were observed in second clinical trial, that was the clinical trial regarding oral cavity cancer patients receiving radiotherapy. So these patients were also benefited with reduction in side effects, increase in immune status and reduction in oxidative stress. Then third and fourth clinical trials were carried out for triple negative breast cancer patients and breast cancer patients having BRCA1 and BRCA2 mutation. So in these patients, the type of cancer of this patient is very aggressive. There are fair chances of recurrence within 1 to 3 years. So we started conventional Ayurvedic treatment after completing conventional treatment, and we assessed them for 3 years, and still the assessment is continued. We treated them with oral Ayurvedic medicines for continuously 3 years, and we administered 4 sets of Panchakarma treatment to these patients. And what we have observed that all these patients had disease-free survival for 5 years, and that was an amazing observation that it showed that Ayurvedic treatment really helps to increase immune status and to improve quality of life and disease-free survival. Based on these 4 clinical trials, we filed 8 patents of Ayurvedic formulations nationally and internationally, which are effective in treatment of various types of cancer. More than 20 publications in national and international peer-reviewed journals are done with the help of these trials and our clinical data. Next. So this was our background work. So now I will just give an outline of futuristic vision and roadmap to achieve it. So integrative oncology model is essential for the benefit of cancer patients. So at our center, we have an integrative oncology center. That means we have a Ayurvedic wing, allopathic wing, Ayurvedic research department and basic research or mechanistic research department. So all these 4 departments are essential for developing integrative oncology model. And this model is very important or essential because, as you all aware of the fact that only Ayurvedic treatment or only conventional treatment is not enough for cancer patients. Conventional treatment is essential to reduce the tumor load, but Ayurvedic treatment is essential to increase the quality or improve the quality of life and to increase disease-free survival of cancer patients. Once cancer patients have completed their conventional treatment, they do not have any option in modern medicine to prevent recurrence or metastasis. So this is the area of research and this is the area where Ayurveda can contribute. So Ayurvedic treatment and conventional treatments should go hand in hand for the benefit of cancer patients. So we'll see what minimum requirements are there for Ayurvedic wing. One should have Ayurvedic OPDs for cancer patients. There should be also specialized cancer OPDs. These specialized cancer OPDs should have the cancer OPDs for special types of cancers like breast cancer OPD, cervical cancer OPD, head and neck cancer OPDs, hematological cancer OPDs, brain cancer OPDs. So specialized OPDs are required for pinpoint treatment from Ayurvedic perspective. Ayurvedic Cancer Hospital, that is IPD, is also essential. There should be a state-of-art Panchakarma hospital. At our institute, we have a 60-bedded state-of-art Panchakarma hospital dedicated for cancer patients. It is funded by Tata Trust. So a patient should get all types of Panchakarma treatment and allied procedures like Shashti Upakrama in that hospital and should get proper diet according to Panchakarma treatment in that hospital. So Ayurvedic kitchen is also a part and parcel of this wing, and it is very important because we are advising Pathya Pathya to cancer patients and all patients, which should be followed properly when they are admitted, and they should get a guideline that what type of diet they have to follow at their home. So Ayurvedic kitchen is very essential. Medicines play an important role in any type of treatment. We all are aware of the fact that Charaka has explained about Chikitsa Chatushpada. Vaidya and medicines are very important parts of this Chatushpada. So Aushadhi Nirman, that is Ayurvedic pharmacy, should be well equipped. It should be well equipped in the form that from the raw material to finished product, each and every step should be meticulously followed in the Ayurvedic pharmacy. And this pharmacy should be associated with drug standardization laboratory, because we all aware of the fact that nowadays many scientists or allopathic physicians, they have a doubt about Ayurvedic medicines, especially about bhasmas. So Ayurvedic medicines which we are preparing according to our text should be standardized from the view of modern medicine. So it should be collaborated with drug standardization laboratory. The main raw material provided to Ayurvedic pharmacy should be proper and it should be organic in nature. So we have to associate it with Ayurvedic organic plantation. So Ayurvedic organic plantation should cultivate all the herbs which are required for cancer treatment. So these all factors should be there in Ayurvedic wing. In allopathic wing, we must have oncosurgery department, chemotherapy department, radiotherapy department, palliative care department, intensive care unit, cancer diagnostic radiology department, and cancer diagnostic biochemistry department. At our center, we have all these allopathic wings, and experts from allopathic wing, allopathic perspective, are working in these departments. That means oncosurgeons, chemotherapies, radiotherapies should lead these departments and should treat cancer patients in these departments. In cancer diagnostic department, we must have basic facilities of X-ray, sonography, CT scan, MRI, PET CT, and mammography and endoscopy. So these are the basic requirements for diagnosis of cancer from radiology point of view. We must have cancer diagnostic biochemistry department, which should have diagnostic facilities of basic biochemistry tumor markers. So this is an allopathic wing. We also must have Ayurvedic research
Madam,
department.
we have 2 more minutes.
Yes. I'll finish.
Thank you.
Okay, so for Ayurvedic research department, we have to design clinical trials, we have to collect data, we have a data management system, statistical analysis, publication of case studies, publication of outcomes of dermat treatment, and publications of clinical trials. In basic laboratories, we should have molecular biology, tissue culture laboratory, immunology lab, genetic lab, animal house, drug standardization lab, and advanced research labs in this department. These laboratories must be there to confirm or it should be a proof of concept of proof of Ayurvedic treatment concept. Next one. So we can study, we can follow many clinical studies or research from the area of cancer and Ayurveda. So there must be establishing risk factors of various types of cancer from Ayurvedic perspective so as to ascertain them carcinogens and co-carcinogen. Establishing methods of to diagnose cancer from Ayurvedic perspective. Clinical trials of Ayurvedic medicines or treatment modalities like Panchakarma should be with the aim of improving quality of life of cancer patients, increasing cancer-free survival, regression of cancer, management of cancerous wounds, improving immune status, reducing oxidative stress, minimizing adverse effects of chemotherapy and radiotherapy, palliation of symptoms, and mental status of patients. Similarly, efficacy of Ayurvedic treatment or Ayurvedic principles for cancer prevention, especially in population which is predisposed to cancer. And case reports are the beauty of Ayurvedic treatment. So we have to study the case reports and publish them in international journals. Similarly, analysis of data of patients who received tailor-made Ayurvedic treatment is also essential to see the efficacy of various Ayurvedic treatment modalities. So here I have explained outlines of futuristic vision and roadmap to achieve it. So thank you for listening my talk. Thank you.
Ma'am, thank you.
Yes,
Thank you, ma'am.
thank you.
So hope you feel better. I know.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
So, our next speaker is Dr. Vivek Raghavan, and he is one of the main architect of Aadhaar and UPI. He continues to work on this on the similar line with Ek Step, which is founded by Nilakanis, and he volunteers in that as a chief AI volunteer. This itself is quite overwhelming. When you say architect of Aadhaar and UPI itself is overwhelming. So I leave it to him to say how he is going to connect this with Ayurveda, Indian traditional medicine. So over to you, Vivek.
Oh, thank you. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me to be in a Dhara conference. I must say at the very outset that looking at all the other speakers who have been spoken before me, I have to be very humble. I don't know much about Ayurveda and the traditional Indian systems. I come though, and I think the possible reason, I don't know why I was invited to speak here, but the possible reason that I was invited to speak at this system is that I've had some experience in building nation scale systems to do things at a large scale and designing them, and how do you make them so that people can use at a very large scale. And the other area, other possible reason why I am here today is I am also an advisor to what is known as a National Language Translation Mission, which is basically to build kind of all of these kind of language tools in Indian languages, whether it is translation or speech recognition or even question answering from texts in Indian languages, and so therefore I'm an advisor to this mission and working on building tools so that all things we can do in English, and I think the world of AI and natural language processing is really exploding. We want to make all of these things available at the very least in all the 22 constitutionally recognized languages of India, and maybe even beyond, because we see that there is so much knowledge and so much knowledge that is there in our cultures and all, and to be extracted and to make it available is something that is part of. But when I was called to speak here, so I said, how can I actually relate some of these things to possible problems and possible ways, systematic ways of actually, looking at some of the problems that to actually access both, ancient traditional texts as well as traditional knowledge that exists within the system, and how to create some of those systems to do that. Having said that, I really apologize in advance for any errors of omission or commission, because I certainly am not an expert in this area, and this is somewhat out of my area of expertise. But I do want to at least put some markers out there as to how we can get access to both traditional ancient information as well as traditional information that lies around us. And putting some of these things in a systematic way and making it happen will hopefully change things in, you know, in the coming times. So I think I think I want to actually, I'm actually not even sure whether I want to go into the details of the kinds of things that we were talking about. The first, you know, I looked at two interesting problems. The first problem was kind of information retrieval from texts that are there, and you know, and the first part, of course, is that we need to have, and I think that here again I may be wrong, but we need to have a registry, really, of all the texts that are there from every possible source, and whether that source is a registry of all and all possible texts, and basically convert all of these things into electronic corpora. And based, I mean, and I think that, and I certainly want to talk to people here and say that to take all the different efforts that are going on to do these things, kind of make them come together and make sure that this electronic corpora, first these manuscripts are available, this registry is available to everyone, everybody can access any script, any manuscript from anywhere and actually make that available. Make this now, then convert that from the traditional form to be available as electronic corpora, which makes them accessible to computational tools of different kinds. And of course, once you make things accessible to computational tools, have different kinds of methods, where it basically analyze both what was the intent of what was being said in those texts, as well as to actually go to higher level semantic things where information retrieval happens in there. So the point is that we believe that, you know, there is a very large set of traditional information that exists, but not all of it is studied completely, and and to actually use computational techniques and methods to actually make some of those things accessible to a much larger group of researchers. Just because you speak one language should not mean that you are not able to access the various kinds of texts that are available in all different kinds of languages. And the other part is, I think, and if there is, and actually Vaidya said in the beginning that there is a you know, that we have this traditional texts that are there, traditional knowledge that are there. We need to make a very systematic effort. It is, you know, I think, and it needs to be a multimodal effort. Yes, we need to write down everything we have, but we need to make videos of what we have. We need to look at images of what we have. People have to talk about all the traditional knowledge and bring that in a manner that, you know, people in anywhere in the country can actually access these things. And I think the power of images is there, right? If I actually can explain and talk to you what it is that I know, and creating that structure of traditional knowledge to become available in a very systematic manner. And I think building those kinds of thinking in a large system scale to build those things are actually is where we can see that we can then bring the effort of everybody, and you actually didn't need to know the other person. You can actually, you know, but you can leverage the information and knowledge that is there all across the country, and we can have this massive network effect in what happens. So I think now, you know, I think the point, I just did some kind of things that, you know, basically if you look at it, first is we need to have a mechanism by which all the knowledge, wherever it is, actually starts coming into a kind of a central place where everybody can access. And an open access is the most important thing. I see lots of different things that people are doing, but it is not open. It is somebody has it, somebody else knows it. And that registry of all information, wherever it is, needs to come in. Now, there are obviously lots of great starting points that are there, but from a perspective of, say, focused on something like Ayurveda or focused on traditional you know, medical systems, let's make sure that all the texts are actually available, even those which are used and those which are not used, because I think that allows the access to the source, tells you something that is different. And once you have the, you know, in the end, you start with something that you are scanning or you are making it, then the question is that even if there are ancient texts, there are different kinds of scripts, different kinds, we need to have that very consistent way of basically converting all of these things into electronic corpora, which are, you know, converting into electronic corpora. I did a quick review of the tools. I see certain tools are there, certain other tools should be built to make sure that, you know, irrespective of which script, these kinds of corporas, ancient scripts, other scripts, we need to make sure all of those things are there and available. And of course, you know, as you said, I mean, and as you see so many things in, many of these things, even if it is Sanskrit, this is in all kinds of scripts, and making sure that they are actually become in a standard form that somebody can actually, research and extract information from these things in a standard way. Now, once you have, electronic corpora, how do you you have to build tools to, and there are tools, and I think these tools have to get better. I mean, I see some of the techniques that are being used in the modern languages in India, and I think that we have to think slightly different on how to use them in Sanskrit and some of these things. I see the effectiveness is, and many of the modern techniques that are related to deep learning, that's much more my comfort zone. Those things need to actually become there. But the syntactic tools, there are good tools already. Very good dictionaries, segmentation, stemming, parsers exist, and many researchers work on these areas. But I see that linkage between an area like Ayurveda and somebody who's working on these kinds of things doesn't seem to be. I think that collaboration needs to come in at a next level that is there. And so therefore there are these tools, and they are getting better and better. Very interesting work has been done on Sandhi and stuff like that in terms of using deep learning, which has actually made lots of improvements in how some of these things, and how do you actually convert it in, obviously most of our shlokas to convert into prose form, which make it more effective for different kinds of information retrieval and things like that, are things that again are things which I think there is the opportunity. This is the time. The technology is there, and we can unleash this, this knowledge which is not. Now, even beyond that, you have to go from, you actually have to go to where you are getting to semantic information retrieval, where you are actually taking question answering. And we are working on question answering in modern Indian languages. We believe there are certain, and we actually think that many of these techniques can actually be used to kind of, so that you can get access to any kind of question, and you know the source, that this is where it is coming from. And that whole kind of train of thought of how you can go to the source and then understand what you want to do with that. And I think that, and if that becomes available to 100 times more people, 1,000 times more people than it is accessible today, then that, of course, I think will lead to a much better understanding of our traditional texts. We have to do that for our country. That is something that. So I think that coming back to just looking at all of these things, we should make sure to expand electronic corpora to include as many texts. Let's make it a collaborative effort. Let's make it available let's leverage all the techniques and tools that exist today. And then I think there are many new techniques that are coming, deep learning techniques, which I work on. It's kind of interesting that we didn't work on, actually working on these kinds of things for making them effective to answer questions. Yes, I want to know about a particular, plant, for example. Can I just make a query and I go to all the texts that I have in the country, and then I'm able to identify that these are the things that are talking about this particular things. So I will move down to the next part, which is, I think, to actually, the other thing which I think is that we should actually create an oral history, which is an oral history about all the kinds of traditional knowledge that we have. And again, this is today actually something which is actually very, very possible. Now there are, you actually can put together even something as simple as a smartphone app, and actually kind of index it to, like you could use image kind of techniques to understand that, hey, this is the plant that we are talking about, and then people can talk about how is it useful, how do I use it, and you speak in your own language, and that should be a multimodal, audio, video, everything should be there. And that whole, and as I said, that kind of a system, if we build and we collect the traditional knowledge from everywhere in the country and make it possible, and video, and I think that is, but indexed to the actual, information that we know, where to make sure that we know what we are talking about is the same thing. Then anybody anywhere in the country, and then make it available with translations, and make it available with transcriptions, then it becomes available to everybody. That's the way that we can make our traditional knowledge, which we know is real, to actually, everyone in the world to stand up and take note of it. And I think that, I think the point I just had some kind of simple ID where you can actually do something where you can take a plant ID. It could be any kind of thing. I just took an example, but it's an oral multimodal history of all our traditional knowledge, and which is actually many times even deeper than what is in the text, because that is really the truth. And when you have that, we can maybe think of a vision where our knowledge gets a pride of place in the world. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I'm feeling relieved that at least some link I could understand. Yeah. From our side. Box. Only the box.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
So I think after one more talk, maybe we should take a tea break. We have 2 more talks. We are running half an hour late today. So we will have a shorter tea break. Next speaker is Chairman of NCISM, that is National Commission for Indian Systems of... No? Am I not audible?
Okay. Yes. I don't have that.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hello? No. Hello? Yeah. Too loud. Yeah. So now I welcome Vaidyadev Pujari sir on the dais. He is chairman of NCISM, as I said, National Commission for Indian Systems of Medicine, and this is under Ayush Ministry, and the commission is working so that again the same tone, Har Din Har Ghar Ayurveda. So on that line the commission is also working, and we are very happy to have you here, sir, and would like to listen to you. Your views. Are you comfortable with that or this? Done? Yeah.
Hello. Yes, this is fine, I think. This one. So good morning to everybody, and my pranam to everybody. Here 2 people are there. One is Jayan Dev Pujari and other is Vaidya B.S. Prasad, who is sitting over here. And this is a combination of Guru and Shishya. Dr. Prasad, he is in education field since last so many years, and everywhere I find his students. So he is a very well-known Guru. And I have many Gurus. So I am a permanent Shishya of Ayurveda. And since last 11 years, I am studying, I became a student of Ayurveda education. So this is a combination of the Guru and Shishya, and he has a lot to contribute in the education, and he has already contributed. So here is our presentation. So there is a question mark, 25 years to go, and you must be surprised to see the question mark, because since last one and a half year we are working for 2020, and the minimum standard of 2030, because the new batch will face the world in 2030, those who have admitted in 2021. So we have already started working on that. Our minimum standard of education regulation is focusing on that. Our new syllabus is focusing on 2030, and so we have only 17 years to go. That is what our understanding is. But after hearing so many things, there are many things to add in your thinking, and as you are aware, we are the regulators. We have to implement these ideas. So we are always trying to make our best. The factors influencing future we must see, because when we talk about the future, source of energy is most important. And the very small example I always used to give is, after the invention of this light, our time to go to sleep 3 घंटे आगे चला गया. And because of that, the problem with Ayurveda is, still now we are talking about Brahme Murte Uttishte. And our student, ये जब याद करता है वो रात को 12 बजे याद करता है. That is the irony. So this source of energy is very important. We cannot ignore it. It has increased the speed of our vehicles. So Purovat Sevan becomes very important. Those who understand Ayurveda, they can understand. So the concept of Purovat Sevan with Rath, Ghoda, Hathi has changed because of this source of energy. So many things in our life changes with this source of energy. That is the most important thing when we think about the future. Demand of the society, that is the most thing, because society is a living organism. And वो क्या सोचता है और कैसे डिसीजन लेता है अपने को भी समझना पड़ता है, तो we are part of that. The best example is society deciding not to go for engineering. Right from a farmer to an industrialist, they decided not to go for engineering, and so many engineering seats remained vacant, and so many engineering colleges they closed, and we face the music. In last 2 years, we have 164 new applications for Ayurveda college from this all closed engineering college. So society is a very, very powerful thing. Advances in science and technology. Sir was talking very fantastically about so many things just before me, and the global scenario. Because what is the position of Ayurveda now? It is because of the, many times I think that it is because of the global pressure, global scenario. So these are the things which we have to do. Future could not be one. There could be alternate futures. हम आज यहाँ बैठ के 2047 के बारे में सोच रहे, तो ये जरूरी नहीं कि एक ही लाइन होगा. There could be 4 lines. And that's why whatever we are planning or whatever we should plan, the possibility of alternate future should always, we should keep it in my mind. And for that flexibility in application and non-fixedness in idea, that is the most important thing. That is what we learn from our experience. Speed of development versus speed of time is very important, because speed of time is constant. But the speed of development, varies from time to time. So when we think about 25 years or 17 years or 10 years, we must consider what could be the speed of development, and it may vary with the knowledge, and it may vary with the application of the knowledge. So now just we were thinking about artificial intelligence, we were hearing everything. Today's innovation could be tomorrow's tradition. So ये हमको हमेशा ध्यान में रखना चाहिए कि we think this is a fantastic idea. After a few years it becomes a tradition, and then again question comes, what is the innovation at that time? So these are the things. So speed of development versus speed of time, we must always consider while thinking the future. Where lies the soul of Ayurveda? Because we always think this is a very short thing, this is a very big subject, but I am putting it in a nutshell. Questioning. हमारी संहिताओं को आप देखिए, they starts with question. So questioning is our soul. Questioning is our soul of our knowledge system. I think it is the soul of Indian knowledge system. सभी इसमें प्रश्न पूछकर ही शुरुआत होती है. Progressive unfoldment of knowledge, that is another thing. I will show you at the last what is the difference between the progressive unfoldment of knowledge and the stepwise going upward. Oneness of everything, that is our soul. अभी ये वन हेल्थ की जो बात हो रही है वो तो उससे भी हम थोड़ा सा आगे ही है, because our medicines, they are also derived from that nature. They are not derived from the chemicals. Some chemical medicines are there, but they are very few. Our main source is also from nature. So oneness with everything is most important, and horizontal teaching is also our soul. Now the system is vertical. हम लोग 10वीं से 12वीं में जाते, 12वीं से फर्स्ट ईयर में, फिर ऐसा करते करते 5 साल में ग्रेजुएट होते, 3 साल में दिस इज. If you see the Samhita, they go horizontally. They go horizontally. And because of their structure of this horizontal, because of the horizontal structure of our Samhitas, this progressive unfoldment is possible. It is possible only when the horizontal teaching is there. Then the practice, this is about pedagogy, this is about practice. Oneness with nature in letter and spirit, that is important, I need not explain it. Tridosh, Panchamahabhut, all these Siddhantas we cannot change. Priority to Swastha Vrutta. That is our soul of our practice, not the medical practice, and ethics. Ethics के बारे में I will give you a very simple example. Our Samhitas don't talk much about ethics. They give only one example, Putravat Acharet. That is the order for a Vaidya, that you behave with a patient as if he is your child. Once he become my child, for sending him to X-ray, I could not ask commission. Very one thing. मैं मेरे बच्चे के लिए तो मैं वो रेडियोलॉजिस्ट से कमीशन मांग ही नहीं सकता. They don't talk much. वो बहुत सिंपल लाइन में उसने खत्म कर दिया है. They don't talk much about ethics. एक सिंपल लाइन में बोल दिया कि अपने बच्चे जैसा पालो. All ethics comes under that. So this is the beauty of where lies the soul of Ayurveda. Then where do Ayurveda education stands today? So existing MSc, we are focusing at 2030. It is aligned with National Education Policy. The proportion of theory to activity based learning we have made 1:2. 1 घंटा क्लास लेंगे तो वो जो पढ़ाएंगे वो 2 घंटा वापरना कैसे ये पढ़ाना है आपको. So for that we have created the things. 3,000 teachers of first professional are trained for medical education technology. This was a very difficult task for us, but we did it. Introduce edutainment, library hours, recreation, and physical education in regular timetable. We have carved the time for all these activities. Introduced advanced assessment methodologies. Define methodology for incorporating scientific and technological advances and removing outdated contents from time to time. This will be a continuous process. क्योंकि जो नया आता है वो जैसे मैंने बताया, टुडेज इनोवेशन इज टुमारोज ट्रेडिशन, आउटडेटेड हो गया, निकालने की कोई व्यवस्था होनी चाहिए, वो हम लोगों ने हमारे MSE में खड़ी की है. एंड इंट्रोड्यूस इलेक्टिव कोर्सेज फॉर मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी अप्रोच. देयर विल बी 2 पार्ट, 1 मेन कोर्स एंड इलेक्टिव्स. इलेक्टिव्स में वो अपने मन का कुछ भी पढ़ सकता है, एंड जो सर्टिफिकेट जनरेट होगा उसके आधार पर उसको मार्क भी हम लोग देंगे. So that provision we have made and we have started implementing that. These are the upcoming challenges. Zero failure sync is our very big challenge. हमारे राम मनोहर जी ने भी उसको explain किया है कि because of lack of experimentation we don't have failure. So that's why our failure sync number is 0. We discuss only success stories. We never discuss about failures because we don't do experiments. And investment in failure in all respect is 0. It is not only money which we invest in the field. It is the scholarship which we invest. It is the experimentation which we invest. And everywhere we don't have any failure. That is the very big problem for us. So nobody tries to create a shloka for pizza and says that this is not applicable to that and this is a failure. Everybody says yes, it is a great, because we more rely on our available bank balance and we are not going to add anything. how much technology does Ayurveda need is another question which we are facing. We get driven away by the technology, and today adoption of technology is by compulsion, not by choice. And are we ready to accept robot as a teacher in our sector? That is the very simple question. I will give another example of this. Sir is there, sorry to say. See, like Ayurveda, you can compare with the Carnatic music, traditional Carnatic music. अब वो जो इंस्ट्रूमेंटेशन है म्यूजिकल इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स उसमें तो बहुत एडवांसेस हो गए इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स के कार्य में. ये जो ट्रेडिशनल गायक है वो कितने ऑर्केस्ट्रा को इस्तेमाल करेगा, ही हैज टू डिसाइड. Technology is available, but when he starts singing Carnatic music or traditional Hindustani music, तो उसने कितने इंस्ट्रूमेंट इस्तेमाल करने, he has to decide. Like that, Ayurveda has to decide either today or tomorrow how much technology does Ayurveda need. It is like Tolstoy's question: how much land does a man need? It is like that. Knowledge poverty is another problem. Our UG educational structure is information based. Our PG education is one step ahead with some flavor of research, etc. We are using Pallavagrahi Buddhi. We are not going Moolagrahi. There are two types of Buddhis in Indian knowledge system. One is Pallavagrahi and other is Moolagrahi. We are not using that. And for allopathy, parallel system for information and knowledge exists in the field of Ayurveda. In Ayurveda, this system doesn't exist. That is our problem. And absence of Ayurveda paramedical courses is another problem. The way forward, establishment of Human Resource Development Center, 360 degrees approach that we have decided, and we are working on that. Planning for textbook with periodical edition, development of virtual reality, augmented reality teaching content is going on. Implement classical teaching methods like Charakavada Marga in regular teaching. That is what, because it is based on question. एक पूर्व पक्ष रहता है, एक उत्तर पक्ष रहता है और एक वितंडा रहता. And we did 3 experiments on that recently. Sir has conducted, Guru has conducted, and with a fantastic result. And transformation from vertical teaching to integrated modular or horizontal teaching, and development of demonstrative techniques for fundamental principles of Ayurveda like Pancha Mahabhuta, etc. This is a proposed multi-level certification program. This is based on the new education policy, at what level which certification we can give and how we can proceed forward. Like that, there is no time to explain. And to re-establish the process of progressive unfoldment of knowledge is our challenge. This is the system which you are seeing at left side, that is step by step we are going. This is basically a Western type of एजुकेशन सिस्टम. एंड राइट साइड दिस इज प्रोग्रेसिव अनफोल्डमेंट. ये सामने कहाँ तक, जहाँ तक रहता है वो खड़ा, वहाँ तक उसका नॉलेज पक्का रहता है. राइट फ्रॉम यू पीपल टू ए वेरी विद्वान थियोरेटिशियन इन आयुर्वेद. सो these two things we want to establish that, and we don't accept this type of hierarchy that blue is NCISM. We don't accept that, and everybody coming down. We accept this. For us, this is the right, and for which we are recently we launched a thought experiment, and we sent to all teachers. Now we are going to send it to all these researchers, and then to practitioners, and then to students. So we want input from everything. So thank you very much, and thank you for patiently hearing. And those who are here, my humble pranams to all. Namaskar, dhanyavad. Madam, sorry for few seconds delay.
Hello, yeah. Token of love to you. Thank you, sir. Wait. दे हाथ लाओ परत. Thank you so much for the excellent talk. So, shall we break for tea after this and come back? Can I request all of you to come back in 10 minutes, because we have a lot of interesting things and we are running little late today. I'm just saying this because our lunch will be delayed by half an hour after that. So, it's our choice. So, please, let's Yep. We will begin with Dr. Vishwajanani Madam. She is heading TKDL, a CSR venture, Traditional Knowledge Digital Library. It is library which has 4.2 lakh formulations, traditional formulations and drugs and formulations. So that's like a treasure box, and she has the key for that. So let's see how we are going to use that treasure, how we can put it to use so that we move towards 2047 and with Ayurveda. Over to you, ma'am, please.
Thank you so much, Ashwini. Ellargu namaskara. Thank you, Professor Darshan Shankar, for giving me this opportunity on the Dhara platform. Truly grateful. So I'll be talking about medical informatics and traditional knowledge. The next 2 decades, we have been hearing very, inspiring talks by many people on aspects related to it. So I thought I'll start with the traditional knowledge digital library, the very first of its kind globally. So all of you might have heard the story of turmeric, basmati, neem being patented, and we had lost ownership of our own traditional knowledge through this. So the government of India thought of a mechanism to see how we can prevent patents from being filed and granted on our traditional knowledge to prevent misappropriation. That is, from patents being granted, any IPR from being granted on our traditional knowledge. So the TKDL, that is the Traditional Knowledge Digital Library, took its birth in 2001 under the collaboration of the Department of Indian Systems of Medicine and Homeopathy and the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. I'd like to boast that it is one of the largest repository of traditional knowledge today. Close to about 4.25 lakh of formulations have been transcribed from various texts of Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani and Savarikva, and also yoga techniques. What we do is that provide this information as a prior art information to patent offices so that the patent examiners take note of our traditional knowledge and do not grant patents on any patent application that has relevance to it. So far, we have been successful in about 265 such cases where patents have been revoked, amended or abandoned by the patent applicants based on the TKDL evidences. The TKDL database is available in 5 languages, including English, and it is, the first of its kind where the traditional knowledge, which has, has been decoded and codified again to make it structured and searchable so that it is of use and relevance to the patent examiners and also to address future needs. I'm very proud to say that the Cabinet had very recently approved widening of the access of the TKDL, which was so far been restricted to patent offices. Thereby, it is kind of opening up many avenues for promoting research, innovation and trade on our traditional knowledge. Of course, it has high relevance to education as well because it's one of its kind. I'd like to say when we are talking of TKDL database, it's not a mere translation of our traditional text. It is a value-added database wherein we add modern terminology such as botanicals, including the local names as well as the Sanskrit names or the traditional names. We have metric measurements that have been included in the database. The formulations have been described amply and also the process by which the formulation is made. I would also like to say that this is one platform where the different streams of Ayush talk to each other. I think Dr. Ram Manohar mentioned that, and this is the one of its kind, wherein you would have only 2 Vaidyas speak about only specific things, whereas the streams themselves can talk to each other, and that is the value that the TKDL provides. I would like to restrict my talk today to only medical informatics because of the relevance. So here I'd also like to say, we heard about the Global Center for Traditional Medicine, again one of its kind, the first of its kind in India by the WHO. And among the 5 objectives that have been laid out by India for the GCTM, the very first one is about creating a database of traditional knowledge system using technology. TKDL is a precedence. And here the GCTM targets not only the Indian systems of medicine, but traditional knowledge from world over. And here the other very important ones are creating international standards for testing and certification of traditional medicines, developing protocols for holistic treatment of specific diseases. So when we talk of all of this, it is about R&D, information, data creation and making this available so that decisions can be made. So when we are looking at databases and other portals that are available on our Indian systems of medicine, they are either very distinct. sometimes done in solo, sometimes they are, are not in at the scale, subscale to make any meaningful information. When you talk of TKDL, as I had already mentioned, it is a source of information on traditional knowledge. We have information on traditional medicinal plants also. Many such databases are there. I know there has been, of course, immense work done by all these bodies, including the TDU, in terms of enriching information. But yet again, there are so many that needs to be consolidated. We have the Ayush research portal for disseminating knowledge on Ayush systems and current research updates. A lot of papers that have been included, research papers on Ayush related research and innovation, and these have all also been classified in 3 levels of their validation. Now we have the Ayush HIMS, that is the Hospital Management Information System, which provides the electronic health record, personal health records, and it manages all functions related to health delivery. We also have the eCharak from the NMPB, which is the buyer-seller interaction module. We have also small databases, research databases from CDR, from CSIR and many others as well, but as I mentioned, they are all subscale and may not be kind of meaningful to the work that we wish to have in 2047. But when you talk about a corollary of the modern drug discovery and development, there are so many informatic modules that have been developed, and all this had emerged in the last 30 years because digitization took its birth or full stream only in the 90s. So over the last 30 years, you have so many different databases targeting every aspect, be it chemistry, biology, ADME, or even toxicology. And when we are talking of evidence-based medicine, the Cochrane database is a huge, valuable database, and unfortunately, it has only about 3% related to the traditional systems of medicine. And of course, health informatics, which help us lead to informed decision making. Even when you look at from a market perspective, it is a billion-dollar industry that we are talking about. When we are talking of informatics and we are talking of the traditional knowledge, Indian systems of medicine, as I said, we have very different small modules in place, and we need to look for integration. Integration becomes easy when there is precedence because it is easier for acceptance and adoption. So I'd like to give you an example of the medical informatics initiative from the Germany, which happened at the country level. At a nationwide initiative was taken. I'd like to quote the Federal Minister of Education and Research saying that digitization can make personalized medicine a reality, blah, blah, blah. Our goal is a learning, digital and connected health system. So what they had done through this initiative is close gap between research and healthcare. They made a consortium of all university hospitals linked with research and higher education industries, businesses, health, insurers and patient advocacy groups. It is to create a framework that harnesses research findings to the direct benefit of patients. They had given an investment of about 300 million euros for this particular work alone. So it talks about scale, it talks about integration of everybody involved in research and education, and as well as other aspects related to healthcare. So they made a national steering committee, advisory board, many working groups had been created, and the consortia was also built. The consortia was across the country, as you would see from the map, and they created about 30 plus odd different streams of education towards addressing medical informatics in the country. They identified experts who would provide the educational resources for this as well. And what I felt was extremely important was that when they talked about this particular initiative, they put together a framework of many matters, including ethics. One, the patient consent documents were created. They created a framework that talks about the regulations and structures of using patient data and buyer samples. Core data set and interoperability of different frameworks was put into place. They talked about strategy papers, roadmap for enhanced research, education and skills development, and of course thereafter the roadmap was built for the initiative itself. So here my vision for Ayurveda 2047 is to bring all this together. When we are talking of Indian systems of medicine, I think we operate anyway between data, information, knowledge, to some extent insights and wisdom. perhaps it would be an irony to say that, when we talk of medical informatics, bringing everything together, we are talking of wisdom that we have inherited from our ancestors. But today we are talking about deriving that wisdom to make an informed decision because of the evolution that happened over thousands of years. Today we are very rational beings. We look for evidence of our times, not from the past. And so what I would say is that we need to bring together, we need to if we can't break the silos, at least we need to have an interface where we can interact with each other, share whatever is the required information to arrive at this, ISM informatics, which is a vision Ayush 2047. I would not restrict to only Ayurveda because there's so much of information that is available that can talk about the complementarity and synergy between the systems. And if all the other speakers' visions were to come true, what I would like to say is that perhaps we would also be able to achieve the integrative health informatics in 2047. This is, when I started my talk, I talked about IPR. We actually come in way of, patents being granted. But when we do all this, I think there is immense scope for filing patents and gaining IPR. Thank you so much.
Please accept our token of love, ma'am. Nice. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thanks. Yes, you did. Thanks for that. So I welcome Dr. Balasubramanian, actually more used to calling him Balu, sir. He is founder and director of IKS, Center for Indian Knowledge Systems. Again, very different background, educational background. He is PhD in biophysics and from Stony Brook, but decided to come back and work in something very different from biophysics. Maybe he should tell us how biophysics help him in Vriksha Ayurveda, if at all. And now he is working majorly in field of Vriksha Ayurveda at IKS. So, over to you, sir.
So the topic of my presentation is Vriksha Ayurveda, Traditional Indian Plant Science, Retrospect and Prospect. So the outline is I'm going to tell you something about, introduce and talk something about the source material because it's not very widely known what Vriksha Ayurveda is. Something about testing, validation and use of these practices, certain unique Vriksha Ayurveda approaches, and then think together of a roadmap for 2047. Ayurveda, as we all know, is a science of life, and Vriksha Ayurveda is Ayurveda for animals. Similarly, there is this entire corpus of knowledge and wisdom called Vriksha Ayurveda, which is Ayurveda for plants and trees. And like in Ayurveda itself, we have a Shastriya Parampara, which is classical literature, and Lok Parampara, which is folk literature. So the classical literature is in the form of texts, which are manuscripts or published books. They have clearly spelled out theoretical framework based on Panchamahabhut Siddhant, Tridosh Vichar. And there are Puranas and Samhitas like even Agni Purana, which have a chapter on Vriksha Ayurveda. There are general texts like even Chanakya's Arthashastra, which has sections on Vriksha Ayurveda. And then there are texts that are completely and specifically devoted to Vriksha Ayurveda. For example, Vriksha Ayurveda of Surapala, Kashyapya Krishi Sukti, these are all examples. And then in local languages, there are texts like Lokopakara in Kannada or Krishi Gita in Malayalam. The scope of Vriksha Ayurveda, what does it talk about? No, it's very comprehensive. It talks about collection, selection and storage of seeds, germination and sowing, various techniques for plant propagation, grafting, nursing and irrigation, testing and classification of soil, selection of soil suitable for various types of plants, manuring, pest, disease management, nomenclature, taxonomy, description and classification of plants to suit varied purposes, favorable and unfavorable meteorological conditions, what are the tithi, varas or nakshatras in which you do various operations, use of plants as indicators for weather, water, minerals, and also chapters on botanical marvels. So Vriksha Ayurveda approach is it talks about plants and health, how to promote good health in plants, plants and disease. Plants also have prakriti like the case of human beings, you'd be interested, no, not very surprised. Treatment for pests, diseases and injuries, similar to Ayurvedic approach. For example, we are told that plants can also have vata, pitta or kapha prakriti. Typically this is a tree with kapha constitution which has stout and thick stems, plenty of leaves and branches, abundant fruits and flowers. Those who are used to thinking of prakriti in the human context can easily relate to that. Or similarly, here is a plant that is affected by pitta, like you have the kamala affected person, yellow or discolored leaves, oozing occurring in fruits, aging prematurely, variety of things like this. Similarly, we also have lines of treatment like using cow's milk, which is having certain properties like Siddha and Madhura and all that, you can treat such diseases. Similarly, there is a whole folk literature or a lok parampara. There are popular magazines, newsletters, publications in technical and peer-reviewed journals. Several compilations also, interestingly, something by ICAR. I want to make a particular mention because sometimes there's a feeling all sorts of things are done, all sorts of things are claimed and said, but are they tested, who has looked at it, who has validated? Interestingly, here is a case where the Indian Council of Agriculture Research did a survey and documentation on traditional knowledge or documented practices relating to agriculture during these 3 years. They produced a total of 7 volumes, including a volume on testing and validation of these practices. A total of nearly 5,000 practices were documented. Volumes like this were published, which I have seen and we have access to. They talk about variety of topics like tillage and intercultural management, cropping system, pest and disease management. What's most interesting is that we have done a meta-analysis of the validation of these results. We find that as many as 85% are proved valid, 2.7% are partly valid and so on. So this is not just a stupendous body of knowledge, but it's tremendous that a corpus of knowledge like this stands the test of validation so rigorously. This is very important for us to know, because we think it's a jumble of all sorts of things that all sorts of people have said 1,000 years back, 100 years back, we don't know what it is. I want to give you a few illustrations about practical uses of Vriksha Ayurveda, about for pest control, seed treatment, package of practices for various crops, storage forms, and underline that Vriksha Ayurveda also talks about common approach underlying plant, animal and human health. This is the aerial view of Theosophical Society in Chennai. It's like in the Adayar River estuary, it's 300 plus acres. 25 years back, the garden superintendent of this campus, Arjun Gopal Ratham, was my high school classmate and he was an army officer. He called me and said, look, you talk all sorts of things about natural products, Vriksha Ayurveda. I have a problem with mango leaf weevil is badly infesting my mango groves. Can you do something about it? And we don't want to use any harsh chemicals. So myself and my colleague Vaidya Sham Sundar, who was working with me on Vriksha Ayurveda, we looked at these, what are the symptoms, and based on Vriksha Ayurveda approach came up with a treatment which is a mixture of neem oil and pungam oil spray and fumigation with Daru Haridra and Vayuvidanga. It was very interesting for us to see that there was a reversal of these symptoms, plant growth was enhanced, and then they put forth new leaves, new flowers and new fruits. Lots of experiences like this. In the area of seed treatment, Vriksha Ayurveda talks about fumigation with specific herbs, soaking in milk, soaking in things like cow's urine, panchagavya at various concentrations. This in Sirgari, in our field location, we had designed a piece of equipment like this, where there's a blower, there's a heating element and a fumigator, where we can store seeds. We have tested in collaborative experiments with the Agricultural College in Chidambaram, that's near Sirgari. methods to look at seed-borne diseases like fusarium wilt. How by this kind of fumigation with things like vacha and Vayuvidanga, we can provide protection against these. We have also brought out a lot of publications where we put together practices tested, validated from Vriksha Ayurveda as well as farmers' wisdom, like organic cotton cultivation, neem, organic paddy cultivation. We have also picked up in it lots of practices from Lok Parampara. For example, this is a Lok Parampara in Tamil Nadu, that a bag consisting of Vepambunaka, neem seed cake, is put in the head of the irrigation channel as the water flows in. So this has a terrific effect. It offers not just protection against pests, but it also is a kind of a fertilizer. No? It fertilizes the field. Searching for new biopesticides is very interesting, because the acharyas have told us that there are herbs with this classification that they belong to the Krimigna Gana, that which can be used to control crimming. Of course, one has to use one's upaya and yukti and see which particular herb is used for which particular disease of the crop. But we have taken clues from texts, clues from farmers, and we have screened them for crops, pest storage forms. For example, just to give one particular instance, Andrographis paniclata or Kiratatikta, which is used in folk medicine, not widely used by farmers, which is extremely bitter. We find that it's very effective in controlling fruit and shoot borers in some crops. Storage forms of biopesticide, there is one other application which we have tested. Today farmers say that, look, I have from the chemical factory a bottle that I can just dilute and spray. Don't tell me take 2 kilos of this, half kilos of this, boil, filter, dilute, add and all that. Can you give me an easy recipe? Now Ayurveda has products for immediate use, which is like Swarasa or Kashaya. Kashaya is just kept overnight, that's all, your kada. Whereas there are storage forms like Arka, which is a distillate, Taila, which is an oil, Aswa and Arishta, which are fermented products. So what we have done is we have taken some materials which have biopesticidal properties like Adadora, Arka, and even things like garlic. We have converted them into storage forms and we have found them quite effective. These are some programs which are taken up, supported even by the Department of Science and Technology, to develop storage forms of biopesticides. Advantage of this Ayurvedic approach is non-polluting. There is no requirement of toxic or corrosive solvents or chemicals, no requirement of high temperature or pressure. Process is low cost. Technology for preparation of something like Kashayam, Thailam, Arishtam is very widely known to our people and the Vaidya community. A very interesting insight is the common approach underlying plant, human and animal health that comes across. For example, there is a problem that is faced with this Kushmanda. There is a whole lot of flowering. Sometimes the flowers wither. There is no proportionate fluting. It just drops. And there is a farmer's wisdom for it, saying that you take a piece of asafoetida or hing, you bury it near the root and irrigate it, theek ho jayega. We tested it and found. But what we find is that the Ayurvedic wisdom behind it is this transformation is really governed by the regulation of Vata, and hing helps in correcting that's the regulation of Vata. What is very interesting is that in many of these things, when you look at the Ganas, they have properties cutting across life form. Something like Garbhasthapaka or Garbhaposhaka Gana Dravyas, which works for the human female, is also used in veterinary medicine. It's also used for that we find for plants. This is something which is quite mind-blowing to somebody like me whose basic training is modern biochemistry. So the last 2-3 minutes I want to spend some time answering these questions. What is the roadmap to 2047? What are the weaknesses of this parampara and what are the strengths? What are the efforts that are required and what are the returns possible? The folk tradition is weakened. There is no classic Sastric tradition that is strong. People tell us, look, we are not having high quality Ayurvedic inputs even to treat patients. You are asking about plants and trees, please try elsewhere. Not so rude, but almost. People are fascinated, but are they willing to invest years together in research? Translation of textual prescription and practice poses gaps and problems. Large number of texts of Vriksha Ayurveda are not readily available. High quality Ayurveda input and involvement is difficult. On the other hand, Existence of parampara, however weak, is a great blessing. I cannot sufficiently underline this point. If we just have the text, we could be doing years of research before we zero down on what concentration and all that. Applications and solutions are possibly great commercial value. Experiments are easy to design and perform in comparison with human or animal subjects. If you want to do an experiment for which you need 100 garbinis to check, Pandu, the ethics committee and the complications and the challenges. You want Vriksha Ayurveda patients, I can give it to you acres and acres of it. Existence of folk and classical tradition, unique strength of Asia, particularly India. What are the efforts that we need to make? First thing is publication of manuscripts in Vriksha Ayurveda, documentation of folk practices and widespread dissemination. Pilot projects on testing and validation, followed by comprehensive programs on promising leads. Creating a human resource base, introducing Vriksha Ayurveda as a subject in agriculture and BAMS courses, and as a specialization at the postgraduate level. What are the returns possible? I'd like to spell out these. Medicinal plants cultivation. The era of continuous harvesting of medicinal plants from the wild is drawing to an end. Ayurveda and traditional medicine, the lady who spoke about cancer said that we need plants that are cultivated in an organic way to treat. You have people laden with chemistry problems, you don't want to treat them with plants that are cultivated with chemicals. We cannot and should not cultivate medicinal plants with chemical packages of this kind. Vriksha Ayurveda offers a powerful knowledge base for developing organic packages. Both at the national and global level, the increase of food production is not keeping pace with the increasing global population, and the purely chemical approach has reached its limits. India can emerge very strongly as a global leader building on indigenous knowledge, and this can really offer you a new paradigm for agriculture based on Panchamabhut Siddhant and Tridosh Vichar. I just end with one last slide. Professor Maheshwari, who addressed the Indian Science Congress, made this powerful statement. In fact, even in the modern world, plant power means as much or more than water power, sea power, atomic energy. For obtaining plants, men have gone forth with the sword to distant lands, set upon long voyages and conquered new lands. And this is the last Subhashita sloka that I leave you with. Amantram aksharam nasti, nasti moolam anaushadam. Our ancestors have said, just as there is not a single letter which doesn't have the potential to be the mantra, there is not a single plant which doesn't have the potential medicinal value. So I'll just thank you very much for your patient hearing. And I congratulate Darshan and his team for putting together such a galaxy of authorities and Maharathis of ISM from all over India, and it's a great opportunity for me to share. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, from our side, sir. Yeah. Ashwini is photographer. Yeah. On. It is so nice to see that not only different systems of medicine in India, as Ram Manoharji was mentioning that we should talk to each other, you can even see here within Ayurveda, Vriksha Ayurveda, Pashu Ayurveda and Ayurveda for human beings. All is coming, converging here at this platform of Dhara Ayurveda Vision 2047. And it's very nice to see that everything is possible. We can all work together, and that's the feel at least I am getting here, to see that it's not difficult to work together, even if we don't understand each other's field. My pleasure to welcome Dr. Praveen Malik. He is Commissioner Animal Husbandry, Government of India, and he's very, very passionate about Indian concept of One Health. And how can we apply that? How can we put it into the education, veterinary education system? So we will listen from him more.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sir, आप बीच-बीच में एक दो सेंटेंस हिंदी बोल सकते हो तो
पूरा हिंदी बोल देता?
हाँ.
मेरा काम आसान कर दिया मैडम ने, बोले हिंदी में बोल सकते हैं. Thank you, ma'am. First of all, it's a great privilege and proud to be here amongst a galaxy of learned people in Ayurvedic sciences, in digital world, and lots has already been said. In fact, last to last year when I spoke to Professor Darshan Shankar first and came to know about how TDU has started its role in veterinary practice directly through NDDB. मिनेश शाह जी यहाँ हैं हमारे चेयरमैन NDDB. इन्होंने ये बीड़ा उठाया. उसके बाद कुछ हरियाणा की एक हमारे एडिशनल चीफ सेक्रेटरी थे, उन्हें बहुत इंटरेस्ट था इसमें. He brought his veterinarians here in TDU for their training और कोशिश किया कि उसे फील्ड में उतारे. उन्होंने बहुत लोगों को ट्रेन किया, छोटे छोटे उन्होंने हर्बल गार्डन्स प्रोड्यूस किए. एंड बेस्ड ऑन दैट दे स्टार्टेड टॉकिंग अबाउट यूज ऑफ दिस पर्टिकुलर फील्ड ऑफ नॉलेज इनटू वेटनरी प्रैक्टिस. इसके अलावा जो हमारी कंपनीज़ हैं, 4-5 कंपनीज़ हैं, हिमालय के लोग यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं. We have got natural remedies, we have got Indian herbs, we have got Ayurveda and others. Besides lots of those companies in smaller framework, वो सब भी ये काम कर रहे थे. But unfortunately, when it comes to practice, मैं देख रहा हूँ इसमें से कोई भी चीज़ ऐसी नहीं थी जो जंप कर रही हो या जिसके बाद एस्टेब्लिशमेंट हुआ हो कि वेटनरी प्रैक्टिस के अंदर हम एक आयुर्वेदिक सिस्टम को लेके आएंगे. कोविड हुआ, इससे पहले हम लोग इसको काफ़ी लोग बोल देते थे सूडो साइंस है, पता नहीं हाउ मच इट इज़ अफेक्टिंग, वेदर इट्स प्लेसिबो इफेक्ट और इट्स समथिंग एल्स. हो रहा है तो हो रहा है, नहीं तो हम लोग खुद ट्राई करते थे तो देखते थे कि आयुर्वेदिक मेडिसिन के साथ साथ एलोपैथी भी चल रही है, पता नहीं किसका इम्पैक्ट आ रहा है. सो वी स्टार्टेड थिंकिंग ऑन दीज लाइन्स and thought of a system after especially the impact of the Ayurvedic system in COVID scenario. गवर्नमेंट की फ्रेमवर्क में भी एक सिस्टम में ये आया कि why not to try this as a established system. अभी आपने वृक्ष आयुर्वेदा के बारे में सुना, पशु आयुर्वेदा के बारे में बात करते हैं लोग. थिंग्स आर ऑलरेडी देयर, दे आर नॉट मूविंग इन टू द राइट डायरेक्शन बिकॉज हमारे पास वो जो बेसिक नॉलेज है वो हम बेसिक स्टैंडर्ड पे नहीं दे पा रहे हैं. सो व्हाट वी स्टार्टेड थिंकिंग अबाउट इज कन्वर्जेंस टू इंट्रोड्यूस दिस कंसेप्ट ऑफ वेटनरी आयुर्वेदा इनटू वेटनरी करिकुलम इटसेल्फ. हम लोगों ने कहा कि इसको करिकुलम में लाना एक इम्पॉर्टेंट फैक्टर है. पढ़ाने के साथ साथ क्यों हम इसे प्लेसिबो की तरह देखते हैं, क्यों हम इसे एक सूडो साइंस की तरह देखते हैं, इसका मतलब मेरे पास वैलिडेशंस की रिक्वायरमेंट है. वी नीड टू वैलिडेट दीज थिंग्स विद आर व्हाट वी कॉल एज मॉडर्न साइंस. तो क्या मॉडर्न साइंस टूल्स के साथ हम इन्हें दिखा के मर्ज करके बता सकते हैं यस दिस सिस्टम इज रियली वर्किंग. बट देन वी हैव टू डिफाइन दिस सिस्टम हाउ टू अप्रोच टू ए डिजीज्ड कंडीशन. हमारी मॉडर्न साइंस में जो हमें सिखाया गया, आई एम अ स्टूडेंट ऑफ वेटनरी एजुकेशन, वेटनरी सिस्टम, हमें जो सिखाया गया मेडिसिन में, हमें पैथोजन की तरफ से दिखाया गया, डिजीज की तरफ से हमें दिखाया गया सिस्टम. जब हम इस तरह के सिस्टम्स को देखते हैं हम होस्ट की तरफ से देखते हैं. देयर इज एब्सोल्युटली अ डिफरेंट अप्रोच टू दिस सेम डिजीज्ड पर्सनल और डिजीज्ड एनिमल. हम एनिमल के एंगल से देखें कि हम पैथोजन के एंगल से देखें या डिजीज के एंगल से देखें. हमारा अभी तक का अप्रोच रहा है डिजीज है, अगर एसिडिटी हुई तो एंटासिड ले लो, टेम्परेचर हुआ तो एंटीबायोटिक ले लो, पेन हुआ तो पेन किलर ले लो, हमें साइनेटिक जंक्शंस पे केमिकल्स को स्लो डाउन कर देना है, आपको पेन की फीलिंग नहीं होगी. क्या हम इस तरीके से देख सकते हैं कि वो केमिकल कम रिलीज हों, वो साइटोकाइंस हमारे पास जो इम्पैक्ट हमारी बॉडी पे कर रहे हैं. अभी आपने कोविड में सुना होगा कि सीआरपी की वैल्यूज़ किस तरीके से हाई लेवल में पहुंच रही थी. तो क्यों सीआरपी को हम डाउन करने की बात सीआरपी के एंटागोनिस्ट के बजाय सीआरपी को प्रोड्यूस करने वाली सेल्स के ऊपर इम्पैक्ट करने की बात करें. प्रोबेबली व्हाट एक्चुअली आयुर्वेदा वाज डूइंग. सो हम लोगों ने बात की करना शुरू किया. सो वी स्टार्टेड टॉकिंग टू आयुष. We had our first meeting with the Secretary Ayush with Rajesh Kotecha ji, and my secretary, they spoke to each other and they said, yeah, it's an interesting field and why not to bring this field into the proper format within the education, within the R&D system and also into the practice. हम लोगों ने कहा इसके ऊपर के ट्रेनिंग की बात करें, मार्केटिंग की पॉसिबिलिटीज़ की बात करें, क्योंकि कोई भी चीज़ नॉलेज के साथ नहीं चलती जब तक उसमें फाइनेंशियल बेनिफिट्स गेन्स दिखाई नहीं देते हों. सो वी स्टार्टेड टॉकिंग ऑन दीज थिंग्स और हमने कहा कि इसी वेटरनरी एजुकेशन में सर्विसेज में अगर लेके आना है तो हाउ टू ब्रिंग दिस इनटू इट. सो हमने मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ आयुष के साथ जो कंसेप्ट में बात किया उसके अंदर हमने कहा कि हम इसमें एक तो एजुकेशन में लेके आए. हमने जब भी ये बात शुरू की तो जनरली हम कहते थे करिकुलम में यस दिस कैन बी डन एंड दिस शुड बी डन, दिस वाज द बेसिक फ्रेमवर्क, बट देन हाउ टू डू इट. हमने इसके लिए मैं अभी बताऊंगा कि मैंने एक इसमें सब कमेटी इसमें हमने कंस्टिट्यूट की. पहली प्रेजेंटेशन में आई वाज गिवन अ कोर्स करिकुलम फॉर द फाइनल ईयर. पहले 4 साल हमने बच्चे को कुछ भी नहीं पढ़ाया और 5वें साल में हम ले जाके बोलते हैं दिस इज वेटरनरी आयुर्वेदा, this is the basic, this is how it has been has to be applied, and then this can be done like this in a 2+2 credit course or 2+1 credit course kind of. When I saw that particular curriculum, I simply say no, it's not possible. 4 साल मुझे आप पढ़ाने के बाद 5वें साल बोलने कि no, the whole concept is going the other way round. ना मेरा mindset होगा उस टाइम, ना मेरा attitude होगा उसे सीखने के लिए. So I simply say no, absolutely no to this particular curriculum. Let us integrate this in the whole curriculum. आज हम वन हेल्थ की बात करते हैं, अभी भी हम देखते हैं मैडम ने बहुत अच्छी बात की. इट्स नॉट ओनली अबाउट द वेटनरी आयुर्वेदा, इट्स नॉट अबाउट द आयुर्वेदिक सिस्टम और इट्स नॉट अबाउट द ट्रेडिशनल सिस्टम. इट हैज़ टू गो वे बियॉन्ड दैट. हम चाइनीज सिस्टम को, हम अरेबिक सिस्टम को, हम यूनानी सिस्टम को, हम होम्योपैथिक सिस्टम को, हम आयुर्वेदिक सिस्टम को क्यों इंटीग्रेट करके नहीं समझते हैं कि इट्स फॉर द हेल्थ. एंड वी आर नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट ट्रीटिंग डिजीजेज, वी आर टॉकिंग कीपिंग द इंडिविजुअल हेल्दी. किन सिस्टम से हम बेस्ट इसका कर सकते हैं. सो प्रोबेबली वी नीड टू, व्हेन वी स्टार्टेड सेइंग इंडिजिनस नॉलेज और आयुर्वेदिक सिस्टम फॉर दैट मैटर, हमें इंटीग्रेट करने की जरूरत है कि एक करिकुलम बनाया जाए जो हमारे एजुकेशन प्रोग्राम में हैंड एंड ग्लव्स की तरह इंटीग्रेट हो. वी स्टार्टेड टॉकिंग ऑन कि किस तरीके से आज की डेट में मैं अप्लाई करना शुरू करूं तो हमारे सिस्टम के अंदर, फॉर दैट मैटर वेटनेरियंस में, इवन एग्रीकल्चरलिस्ट में कितने लोग हैं वो कैन एक्चुअली आइडेंटिफाई दोज प्लांट्स. सो आइडेंटिफिकेशन से शुरू करके, उनकी बायोलॉजी से शुरू करके, we have to get into that kind of a mechanism, and then when we say into production we have to get into a GMP mechanism, good manufacturing practices. वो हमारी रिक्वायरमेंट है ताकि हम सेम स्टैंडर्ड्स मेडिसिन का फील्ड में दे सकें, हम उसके ऊपर वैलिडेशंस कर सकें, हम उनके स्टैंडर्ड्स डेवलप कर सकें, एंड देन वी से दैट द थिंग्स गोइंग ऑन इनटू द फील्ड आर ऑफ द गुड क्वालिटी, ऑफ द रिक्विजिट क्वालिटी. हमने इसी बात को ये कहा कि अब अगर ये सब चीज़ें चाहिए तो वी नीड टू डेवलप कैपेसिटीज़ एंड वी नीड टू फैसिलिटेट थ्रू फाइनेंशियल असिस्टेंस द मैकेनिज्म्स फॉर दिस काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स. सो ये एजुकेशन को हमने इसमें बात की कि हम आयुष से हम क्या हेल्प ले सकते हैं. दीज वर सम ऑफ द पॉइंट्स वी रिक्वेस्टेड आयुष टू लुक इनटू इट एंड दे रेडीली सेड यस वी आर फॉर इट एंड वी विल गो इनटू दिस, लेट अस स्टार्ट फ्रॉम दिस. एंड सिमिलरली हम लोगों ने कहा कि हम क्या कर सकते हैं, हम अवेयरनेस कर सकते हैं, हम एजुकेशन में इसे रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को डाल सकते हैं. करिकुलम के लिए एक मैंने कमेटी बना दी ताकि इसके लिए बात शुरू कर सकें. वी स्टार्टेड टॉकिंग ऑन आइडेंटिफिकेशन ऑफ प्रायोरिटी डिजीजेज ऑफ इकोनॉमिक इम्पोर्टेंस, कि कम से कम हम उनके ऊपर शुरू करें कि ये मेरी डिजीजेज हैं, अगर इनके ऊपर आप इम्पैक्ट दे सकते हैं थ्रू माई ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज, दिस विल बी गुड. सो दिस विल बी एडिशन टू द करिकुलम. एंड देन हम इसके अंदर दूसरे इंस्टीट्यूशंस के साथ मिलके किस तरीके से इसका R&D प्लेटफॉर्म का एक इकोसिस्टम जनरेट कर सकें. इट्स नॉट अबाउट सिंगल और मल्टीपल प्रोजेक्ट्स बट ऑल्सो अबाउट जनरेटिंग एन इकोसिस्टम फॉर दैट मैटर. हम लोगों ने इसके बाद एक छोटी सी एक सब कमेटी बना दी जिसमें आयुष और DSD के लोग थे. हमने कहा इसमें हम 4 पैरामीटर्स पे लगातार साथ में काम करेंगे. So we started working on education, we started working on developing platforms on R&D. Regulation कैसे होगा and implementation and propagation may also be constituted. So ये हम लोगों ने बात की है. अभी हम जो actively काम कर रहे हैं वो education के ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं, where TDU is and NDDB, both of them are one of those lead players who are working into it. VCI के curriculum में we started talking on the curriculum in a way where biology से हम शुरुआत करने के बाद we started talking to people, the students on मेडिसिन, न्यूट्रिशन, फार्माकोलॉजी, फिजियोलॉजी, पैथोलॉजी, जिस सब्जेक्ट में हमें लगता है कि यस दिस इज द वे वी शुड एक्चुअली स्टार्ट इंट्रोड्यूसिंग द कंसेप्ट ऑफ आयुर्वेदा ऑल्सो इनटू दोज करिकुलम, उसे वहीं पढ़ाया जाए, साथ साथ पढ़ाया जाए एंड सी हाउ दे कैन कंपेयर टू ईच अदर इंक्लूडिंग द बायोकेमिस्ट्री एंड द बेसिक केमिस्ट्री ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर हर्ब एंड द एनिमल एज सच. उस करिकुलम को हम VCI में इंडक्ट करने की बात कर रहे हैं कि जो हमारा MSVE है उस MSVE रेगुलेशंस के अंदर ही हम लोग इसे इंडक्ट करें. और सबसे बड़ी बात आती है कि हमने इंडक्ट तो करा, पढ़ाएगा कौन? हमारे पास सारे के सारे ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज से पढ़े हुए वेटनेरियंस हैं जो प्रोफेसर्स हैं. सो वी नीड ट्रेनिंग ऑफ ट्रेनर्स ऑल्सो, जो हमने इसमें कंसेप्ट में भी रखा है. We are talking about documentation, we are talking about creation of Ayurveda cell in Ayush Ministry, which they have agreed upon, and we are talking about collaboration of खाली जो अभी जस्ट पहले सर ने बात कही कि वाइल्ड से हम कितना एक्सप्लॉइट कर सकेंगे, कितना एक्सट्रैक्ट करेंगे मटेरियल, वी हैव टू ग्रो लाइक दैट. और उसके लिए ज़रूरी है कि हमारे पास फार्मिंग भी हो, एक कल्टीवेशन प्रोपेगेशन का मेथड भी हो, और इसी तरीके से इसके प्रोग्राम एग्जीक्यूशन की और एक्सटेंशन के लिए हमारा कंप्लीट रोड मैप बने. हमारे जो अपनी ऑनगोइंग स्कीम है हमने उसके अंदर इंक्लूड किया है, जैसे मोबाइल वेटरनरी यूनिट में एक्सटेंशन सर्विसेज, उसके अंदर भी हम आयुर्वेदा की बात कर रहे हैं. फॉर एग्जांपल वी हैव एक्चुअली ऑफिशियली इशूड द ट्रीटमेंट गाइडलाइंस फॉर लंपी स्किन डिजीज वेयर आयुर्वेदा हैज बीन इंक्लूडेड एज अ मेजर कंसेप्ट. यही शोकेस जो हमारे सक्सेसेस के हैं ये हम ICR मैकेनिज्म के थ्रू, KVK मैकेनिज्म के थ्रू एक्सटेंड करना चाहते हैं. वी नीड टू शोकेस, वी हैव गॉट अ वंडरफुल partner with us as NDDB who can basically promote the Ayurvedic and traditional medicines. So we are requesting them, they are really working hard on those aspects. People are here, apart from Minesh Shaji, other officers are also sitting here in the gathering. Herbal farming की हम बात कर सकते हैं. Can we have some kind of a mechanism where later a government subsidy or a support can come for herbal farmers, and it may not be the herbal farming in isolation, but can be an integrated farming kind of system where other cash crops plus herbal medicines plants can grow together. रिसर्च के लिए ज़रूरी है बहुत स्पेसिफिक प्लेटफॉर्म बनाना. तो हम लोगों ने कहा कि इस तरीके से करिकुलम बनाया जाए, कंटेंट बनाया जाए, ट्रेनिंग की बात की जाए, और ये पूरा कंसेप्ट ऑलमोस्ट रेडी है. मे बी विद इन नेक्स्ट 30 days we'll be pushing it to VCI for implementation. Maybe in next 6 months it's going to come. But then इस पूरे करिकुलम में जो हमारे पास समझ में आता है कि where we want to be there in next 25 years, we are just starting now. So सिर्फ 25 साल हैं हमारे पास, and it's not a big thing. हमें टेक्स्ट बुक्स जनरेट करने की रिक्वायरमेंट है, रेफरेंस बुक्स जनरेट करने की रिक्वायरमेंट है, जो इस करिकुलम के बाद आएगा. Things will come, and then we have to authenticate what has been written in those textbooks and other things. हमें assessment के methods की requirement है कि how to assess those students when we develop the curriculum. इन सारे mechanisms के बाद हमें एक R&D का प्लेटफॉर्म, हमें उस प्लेटफॉर्म को इंडस्ट्री के साथ कनेक्टिविटी लाने की रिक्वायरमेंट, and then finally extending this to the field in the field veterinarians as a practice mechanism where we can actually get the standard things into this, and we hope to see that the things are actually moving in the right direction so that this can be actually applied in the veterinary education and practice together. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू सर. एंड हमारी तरफ से एक छोटा सा छोटी सी भेंट.
ये लोगों
सेकंड के लिए लगा देंगे क्या? आपका 1 मिनट और ले लेता हूँ जब लगेंगे। Can you put my slide also? For a moment, either first or the last. Actually, we have been working on One Health concept also in this department. और ये लोगो हम लोगों ने स्पेसिफिकली वन हेल्थ इंडिया इनिशिएटिव की तरफ लिए डिज़ाइन किया है, विच इज़ लाइक ऑल्सो अवेलेबल एज अ हैशटैग वन हेल्थ इंडिया। हम इसमें प्लांट साइंसेज, फीड साइंसेज, एक्वाटिक कल्चर, द ह्यूमन साइड, द वाइल्ड लाइफ साइड, द एनिमल साइड, and everything is included, and we want to show that this is an integrated ecosystem where not only Ayurveda but all the sciences have to come together for not only teaching or research but also for the implementation. So thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, sir. I thought that there is a background for all this what we are talking, and that's commerce. So I thought if we are forgetting it, then we should be reminded that there is commerce, and Malik sir touched upon it a little bit in between. So we have very experienced person from industry, Himalaya industry. He has, Vaidya Rangesh Parmesh has spent, his MD Dravyaguna, and he has spent 25 years in research at industry, at Himalaya drug. So that's what is his background, and now he is director intellectual property, and he would be talking to us about how industry will be helping all this movement for Ayurveda Vision 2047. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Hello. Friends, good afternoon. At the outset, on behalf of Himalaya Wellness Company, no more it is Himalaya Drug Company. I just wanted to say it is Himalaya Wellness Company. We have changed, and even our logo also is this, representing the leaf. So removing the name and everything, as you know very well, this is the futuristic view of the impact that the India could offer through the natural source. The leaf is the source of life. And in fact, that's the life which all started before the chlorophylls down in the water. On behalf of the company, I thank Dr. Padma Shri Darshan Shankarji for giving us the opportunity to share our experience and thoughts here. After spending about a decade and a half in learning Ayurveda through the mode 2, with the version 2, what is called as Adhyapanam, Adhyanam was over as a student and all that, and Adhyapanam is a very important stage of learning Ayurveda than being Adhyanam. I moved to industry with a sole interest of the research to bring out the most important thing, that what the tenets of Ayurveda can be brought into the public and the use. Here today I just restrict myself to those key drivers which makes the Ayurvedic drug industry. A lot of other speakers have talked about the industry perspective and even many other aspects, but I just want to highlight with the experience what is future, what is the whole world is asking for. If you remember that yesterday the Honorable Secretary of Ayush said one of the vision in the 2047 is to get at least 20 to 30 Ayurveda based, Ayush based products in global market. That's the target. Okay, it's all right in India, everything is okay, but to go to that level, the first question as soon as I entered the industry from the academia was this: to face these people, the regulators. At that time, 2.5 decades ago, when we said our product is Ayurvedic proprietary medicine, Ayurvedic medicine, they said, what is Ayurveda? Ayurveda. So they are not even able to pronounce. So they asked what this drug, what do you mean by that? We are not aware of that. So these regulators went on asking questions, do you fit into a framework that we know? So what was that framework? I am going to highlight here. And how beautiful that the Charaka had identified this format, several thousand, whenever the Charaka Samhita was written, or redaction of the Agnivesha Samhita, Agnivesha Tantras rather. To them, that when I said Ayurveda, whatever the way it is pronounced, they understand only some herbs, herbal preparation, or some massages and spa treatment, or sometimes a gooey preparation like this, the paste and bitter and all that. This is what is Ayurveda we understand. So the Ayurveda drug is what I restrict myself, because people talk about Ayurveda. To me, Ayurveda is biology. The first ever word that Indians or whoever has contributed to the world, Ayurveda is the biology 5,000, 3,000, any number of thousands years ago. But whereas the biology word you see 1773, hardly 300 years. Biologia, he started with the Dutch word. But if that is the case, Ayurveda is biology. After that, everything is subsect. The objective of Tantrasya Asya Prayojanam, Swasthasya Swastharakshana and Vikara Prashamana. That are the two divisions, that's all. But whereas Ayurveda is encompassing, and today we have seen, before my talk, you have got the perspective that Ayurveda is not only human Ayurveda, but it's also animal Ayurveda, plant Ayurveda, which is very well known. But with that question posed, can you fit your drug into this modular structure, module 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Friends, at that time, this was a modular to only conventional medicine. Conventional medicine. Okay. Leave alone 1, it's administrative one. Leave alone 2. 2 is actually a summary of all this. But most important is the 3, 4, 5. Very importantly, 3, the quality data, 4, non-clinical study reports, and 5, clinical study reports. Do you have this? If you have, you bring it, then I understand your product, your drug. So I was wondering, Harry, what is this all of a Greek and Latin for me from Ayurveda, learning Charaka's this shloka who said, in Ayurveda as a physician, we are all trained as physicians basically. Swasthavrta at that time, I tell you honestly, at that time was almost neglected. So there was no professor of Swasthavrta, and even professor Swasthavrta is considered to be non-clinical, blah, blah, blah. Forget about all that. But whereas when, as a clinician or a doctor for this, it's a beautiful saying. Kuddaku Chatushpadam, 9th chapter of the Sutra, he says, Bishak Dravyan Upasthata Rogi Pada Chatushtiyam. Now, from that context of the 4 factors or quadrupeds of treatment, successful treatment, it's not only a best physician who can make a beautiful diagnosis and he prescribes the medicine is not enough. And that the product, the Dravya, as he says, Dravya is encompassing everything, not only Aushadha. Aushadha is limited, but whereas Dravya is beyond that. And then the Upasthata, the nurse, whatever be translated, and the patient. Today, Ayurveda has gone beyond for not only the patients, but also to the consumers. So now service providers, then promoters, then various substances that encompasses today what Ayurveda drug is all about. If you look at this, this was the armamentarium of this physician to fight against ill health basically, and also subsequently now to promote and preserve health, as we know. See, these are the 4 things that we understood. What is this module 3, 4, 5 we couldn't understand. So later on, somewhere in the end of the last century, as you can see, the whole thing came up. I was very affected by this picture which appeared in the Lancet. Ayurvedic industry was like this. This is a corner shot. There is a suited vessel with a fire, I don't know how it's coming up, and with all this dirty gunny bags collected and all. This appeared in the Lancet. The Lancet is read by millions of doctors around the world. Okay. At that time, India raises standards for traditional drugs. There was a lot of fight for GMP and this and that at the time. Followed by this, this was a great impact that Sapper did, okay, to the Ayurvedic industry and Ayurveda per se around the world. It became hue and cry, and thankfully so. We always say there should be always people who comment, who negatively give us the negative feedback is a very important thing that we can improve. And today we see that 2 decades after that, where we are, okay, and so on, so on, so forth. A lot of things that appears. Doesn't matter. But what this Ayurveda product is all about. If you look closely, Ayurveda drug was defined into the regulation, Drugs and Cosmetics Act 1940 and Rules 1945. That is the most important legal document for governing the construct of this. Ayurvedic drug in 1964 it was defined. For veterinary also 1964. Human or animals it is defined. What that Ayurvedic drug is. It is not Ayurvedic medicine, it is not anything. It is Ayurvedic drug by law, legal. Then what happened subsequently, it took how many years? 64 to 83. Can you see? Then came up what is known as Ayurvedic patent and proprietary medicine. Friends, patent and proprietary medicine, if you say that we stand for as an example. Himalaya stands for a patent and proprietary. People always say, if you go to a classical Ayurvedic physician, they say, oh, yours is not a classical preparation, that I don't want to use it. There was a kind of a rejection kind of things. But friends, I ask you one question. If Chavanprasha was classical preparation, I ask you the question, Chandra Prabhavati, is it classical? It is proprietary to Sharangadhara. Sharangadhara designed it later after 1000, 2000, whatever number of years it is. And subsequently Bhava Prakasha, some Yoga Ratnagara, and many preparations came up in different parts of time. They are all proprietary at that time for them. Just because it was written in Sanskrit, can you say it is away from Ayurveda? Brihatri is, and of course Lagutra is subsequently. Anyway, but it took long time for the government to define. Now look at this, it was Ayurvedic drug, then it became Ayurvedic proprietary medicine. Okay, then that is very important. After that, how long? 83 to 2010 defined Saundarya Prasadak. When it became so popular, but I still remember there was a question challenge to my chairman in the middle of 1990s. Okay, when he was thinking what is next, what is future. He's always thinking future, what is next. That's how we are here today, as Himalaya being the leaders there. So he was thinking of, he was posed with a challenge that if there is a product, the Ayurvedic drug or Ayurvedic proprietary medicine used, it's only for the disease. People use in the disease. But whereas, when does the entire mass can use on a regular basis? Is only in the personal care, because the dinacharya involves, as you know very well in Swastha Vrutta, it is a statistic which says at least 8 products people use every day from morning till evening, from Danta Dhavana to Pada Abhyanga. Okay, so that was very important, critical. That's how the Saundarya Prasadak we brought in as personal care. Never it was cosmetic. People you say you have Ayurvedic cosmetic, there is nothing what called as Ayurvedic cosmetic. It is Ayurvedic personal care, the skin, hair, and others. And then subsequently with this nutritional. Today, health supplements, nutritional supplements are a big thing that is controlling the whole the market, as you know very well. People want it, and today everything has been framed outside. If you go, it's always health supplements, food supplements, dietary supplements. In fact, in 1992, the US FDA's, the challenge was when the whole world, American world, was using the natural products as supplements, they had no control. So even though some of these ashwagandha and other things are there, that cannot be called as drug, it has to be a supplement. And that it took India to 2010 to come. And what is the future is this, the Ayurveda Agro, and a lot of companies today coming back into what is known as natural agriculture and agricultural products. And today we got, heard Balasubramaniam speaking about it. Great products to come. But what this CTD is all about, look at this so very closely. I'll link to you how Charaka said exactly what this is all about. See, the quality module 3 consists of herbal substance, herbal preparation, drug product. This is what a standard word that we have to use. Whenever we say herbs, it can mean anything. People ask, you give me pudina, what all you can make pudina? One thing is known as chutney only for the samosa. But what else do you know? Some say juice, okay. But what else can you make? If it is made dried, it is used as a dusting, the herbal powder for drink and stewing and all that, very well known. So, herbal substance is different, it's a raw material, what you call now, RM. Then herbal preparation is what is the real Panchavida Kashaya Kalpana, that we can say. And then the drug product is a final preparation, that's what you make. There are 3 classifications, and each of them have got specific parameters and qualities that I just wanted to highlight here. I will not go to the details of them. For substance and preparation, herbal substance and herbal preparation, you should have a nomenclature, structure, formula, general manufacture, all that. I am not going to the detail for the want of time. You look from nomenclature to the stability of these ingredients. Stability very important. When Sharangadhara said there is guna, honey, for the storage of these raw materials, etc. Each one of them, people said, Ayurvedic product, if you go to a pharmacist, sorry about a minute or so extra, go to the pharmacist and ask, Ayurvedic drugs, no expiry. Ayurvedic drugs, no expiry, you can take. Why? Because only the Asavaristas had no expiry. The 10-year-old vodka is most expensive than the new freshly made. That is very well known. Okay, it is for that reason the people say, is it true? Or when Sharangadhara has set it, 6 months, 1 year for different things, what is that? And today we have got in the Drugs and Cosmetics Act the shelf life of this. So stability of this very important, and so is the product very important. Final product, what you made. This is where the manufacturing comes, and the design, everything, lot of things. The compatibilities, what all of the ingredients you. There are many combinations that we make. How they compatible? The compatibility study is a big document that we need to analytical procedure and all that everybody knows. Okay, and then non-clinical module, pharmacology, pharmacokinetics, toxicology, and in that all these things were asked. At that time when this was being challenged, the WHO came out with a lot of support for this herbal medicine, saying that some of them are not possible for herbs because of being very complex in nature. Getting into pharmacokinetics with ADME, you need to have a molecule that you need to follow it until the things that comes out of the biological system is quite challenging. So that there was a allowance for that. For herbal drugs it cannot happen, but still the challenge is still open. And newer technologies coming. Today we are able to make it. Today we are able to. 20 years ago it was a challenge. 10 years ago it was also still, and the technology has helped. And there's the toxicity. This is very important. Sapper thrown a big bomb on that, and do we have? And that's where from the pharmacovigilance for Ayurveda, everything came up in Jamnagar and everything, as we know very well. And then the clinical safety, pharmacology, and Vivivisity. People say it is thousands of years evidence. What do you want? Why do you want? Where is the evidence here? Where is the evidence? Where is the document? Okay. So these are the details of that, but I will talk. What is that this module stemmed out from? Beautiful. From this same Chaturshpada, even he says there are gunavat. What are the properties of those individually? Let me focus on this stuff. Bahuta tatra yogyatvam aneka vida kalpana sampatcheri chatushkoyam dravyanam gunam uchyate. When he said Bahuta is what is today. Is a big challenge. They are asking the document on GSCP. Okay, Bahuta. Until unless the quality of a herb is dependent on how abundant it is available. Abundance is no doubt cultivation. Alternative. There is no alternative. Wild crafting is no more. And yogyata, that's very important. Yogyata, appropriateness in. Today we find the claims are many. From Jwara, the first chapter in Chikitsa or Nidana in Ayurveda, and to entire range of diseases, people claim for one herb, one combination, etc. So what is appropriateness? Then that is GCP. With the GCP. Aneka Vida Kalpana, pharmaceutical versatility. Today, Ashwagandha was made only to Avaleha. Ashwagandha is now a shampoo, Ashwagandha can be a soap, Ashwagandha can be anything else. How pharmaceutical versatility that can be, GMP, that we need to make that. And then Sampat, that is very important, of course, which is the GLP. How do you prove that? There is always a challenge. The heavy metal analysis, this and that, I am not going to the details of that. Anyway, so that is where the starts from the name, what's in name, and today we know. If we say Brahmi, in a vernacular name, it may mean these two for north and south. But what exactly is that? And so is, Kirata. And this Ashoka very well. Okay. And what is the alternative for us is a well structured, and then most importantly, this is a big untapped, the whole of operations that we see. What is required for us now today? Fortunately, some of them have come together. This is very well known in some of the works of the former FRLC under his guidance have brought in all this. These people, these ministries should form a consortium to help this. This is the starting material. If this is not met, cultivation, which the whole campus is working for last 3 decades. I witnessed as the first ever volunteer in the beginning from Loka Swasthya Parampara Samvardhan to FRLST to what we are today, TDU. This has to, and there should be and there are set of things that they have laid on that has to be brought into activities today, and until unless this is met, it's very difficult. Friends, beyond what we think, look at this Far East and Southeast Asians are already doing. This is from a Borneo study wherein this AI interface in authenticity cultivation, harvesting, packaging, supply chain with a deep learning models have already been in place. And so is identifying the natural compounds also. Deep learning methods are available. And then of course DNA, we have been very happy and boast to say that we have contributed to the BOLD database as well as NCBI, the DNA fingerprinting of these, many of these herbs together. And then there is a South Korean company who has brought in AI to need of South Korea's traditional system of book, that Doinge Bogam. They have evolved system with the help of the AI, wherein they can identify and analyze the effect of the traditional medicine is all about. Friends, this is what is a very close and ultimate dictum of what Ayurveda is, that we should not debate any time. There is Ayurveda affirmatively, Nacha evahi hasti, they affirmatively said there is no limitation, limitless. You cannot restrict to Indian, traditional, only local, and all those things. It is beyond. That's why Ayurveda itself is a biology. And then why should we differentiate ancient, modern? It's all the time. As somebody said, what is today is tomorrow's history. Hence, there is a need for attentive and uninterrupted, perseverant approach. Tasmat apramattah shashvad abhiyogam asmin gachet. Always. That is what is the endurance Professor Darshan Shankar has seen on all his life from the beginning. In order to develop the excellence in learning, etachakaryam evam bhuyascha vritta saushtham manasuyata parebhyo api agamaitavyam. That is very important. We say that is modern biology, that is modern biochemistry, that is modern veterinary. Why? Parebhyo, even from the unknown source we should accept it. Krutsto hiloke buddhimatam acharya. For the intellectual person, the whole world is a teacher. And opposite to the unintelligent, having thus seen the intellectuals, even from the unfamiliar source, dhanyam, yashasyam, ayushyam, paustikyam and laukyam. That is very important. We should not say in history. We should be laukyam, contemporary. Ayurveda is contemporary. Ayurveda knowledge is always contemporary. Ayurveda was before, Ayurveda will be now. Ayurveda is only for the future. Thank you very much. So, sorry to overshoot 6.29 minutes.
The Muralidhar Sharma sir is waiting. Thank you. Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks for. The next presentation is by Vaidya Muralidhar Sharma. It's going to be online, and I feel honored that I am getting to introduce a person like him. He is very renowned guru, and he is from Ayurveda Shalya Tantra, that is surgery, and he is respected and loved by hundreds of students. And I have never met him, but I feel that I have met him because so many students talk about him. So it's almost like meeting him. So we will have his presentation online. Are we ready? How many ever times we practice this? At the end, we have done this from last week. We have tried this 5 times, I think. Huh? It just doesn't work that way. I would like to request all the vision speakers to stay back in the hall after the talks so that we can have a photograph together. Megha, oh, she stepped out. Megha was missing in yesterday's photograph, so I wanted. I'll call her. Hi. So we have 3 more talks after this. Shall we? But Mulidhar Sharma sir must be waiting from some time. We'll just take one more minute to. सबका अग्नि प्रदीप्त हो जाएगा just 3 more talks के बाद at least before lunch. हो गया already. I know. But we couldn't have done it better. We had so many speakers from so many different areas and so good speakers that we were tempted to make a program like this.
Okay, can we start? Jobin?
Yes, please, yes.
We have Ashwin. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay, sir, we can start. You can go ahead. They can see the screen and your slide.
Fine. So they are able to hear me also. No?
Yes.
Okay, let me start with my expression of thanks to the organizers for giving me an opportunity. And the topic I am going to speak about is a bit of seeming to be a controversial issue. Surgical care in Ayurveda by 2047, is it an enigma or a reality? Of course, if you go into the history of surgery in Ayurveda is a unique form of development of a gradual intervention with the body physical functions. It's a perfect blend of medical and surgical disciplines is the identity of Ayurvedic surgery. If you look at the protocols of the treatment, it starts with Antaparimarjana, Bahiparimarjana, and when this Bahiparimarjana also is not able to produce the results, then the Shastra Pranidhana. It's a gradual increase in the level of intervention. When it comes to the question of Shastra Pranidhana, surgical intervention too, it starts with the bloodletting, Rakta Mokshana first, and then the later on removal of the dead tissues. So when Shodhana is targeting at removal of the vitiated tissues from the body, the Shastra Kriya is an advanced, still more advanced method of removing those defective constituents of the body. And so that kind of a perfect blend of medicine and surgery is a unique identity of Ayurveda. At the same time, Sushruta Samhita is one of the texts which was written so long ago, where the training protocols of the surgery, even experimental model for the surgery, and every aspect of the surgery is discussed in detail, which is a model as such, which remains as a model even now. One of the very unique identity of Ayurvedic surgery is the surgery is done only as a last resort, only when other treatment has failed. Na tatra shastra sadhyeshu snehati kriya na pratishiddhyate, snehati kriya sadhyeshu shastra karma na kriyate. Now again, main purpose is not to go into the history part, but there is a very brief issue. The issue is with the Western surgery. If you go into the history of Western surgery, it was in the hands of the barbers, and it was not really a part of the medical system till 1840s. In late 19th century, that the surgery has become a part of the medical institution. Till then, surgery was considered to be a non-medical and barbarian, that word barbarian. And in the West, it was in the hands of the barbers, not of the physicians.
Now, in contrast, Ayurveda has developed that surgery in a very close coordination with the medical discipline. That's the very unique identity of Ayurveda as such. The quotation which I am just showing on the slide is a quotation of one of the MPs in 1811 when there was a discussion about the inclusion of surgery in the medicine. So all the history of contemporary surgery in the Western science is just around plus 2000 years, 200 years plus. That's the history as such. But it's a fact that it has grown to such a level where it has overtaken all. And now we are in a situation, critical situation, where if I say that there is an Ayurvedic surgery, people will look at awe. And a person who says that I'm practicing Ayurvedic surgery would be considered as an odd person in an odd situation. In present situation, globally, surgery has become very common intervention, and over 200 millions of surgeries are performed annually. And almost every system has now become a subject of surgery. It's not only a few classified surgical diseases. Surgical intervention has gone into every area of the medical discipline. Now, there is an important paradox, an issue of paradox. Now, all these issues I am just discussing to highlight what should be the identity of Ayurvedic surgery. Now, the paradox with Ayurvedic it's contemporary surgery is the surgical access is not uniform. There is no the surgical access in certain areas is quite high, and the number of avoidable deaths due to non-availability of surgical access is quite significant, and it's much more than what the death could occur due to injury or AIDS and so on. At the same time, the other way, there is another issue is the safe surgery. The other surgery, WHO has released a very unique document about the safe surgery in 2011, and that document itself will be presented with all the possible complications which occur due to the surgery and how to prevent, and that's the major issues. The reported complications due to the surgery also are quite high, and one of the major important issue is the unnecessary surgeries being done. The access to the surgical facilities, that to safe surgical facilities, is not uniform, and India is one of that country where the surgical access is quite low. Now these dark colors, they suggest about a low surgical access, whereas the light colors, they suggest a better surgical access. Now at this situation, the other way, there is a important issue with the contemporary surgery, and that's about the need for surgical conservatism. Now surgery has gone to that level where every organ of the body is being handled surgically, and the surgical indications have now gone many-fold, much more than earlier. Almost every disease is being treated surgically. At that situation, there is another issue of having a need for surgical conservatism. And these data and the references which I am just showing on the slide, they are from peer-reviewed journals where the same problem is discussed. I am not going into the discussion of the reason for this excessive surgery or unnecessary surgery, but it's one of the very significantly debated issues in the field of scientific approach to the surgery. Now, it's not limited to, that issue is not limited to only the scientific field and medical journals. It has percolated to the general medium, the news medium also. And you know, once the issue has come into the news medium, the words selected would be very horrible, and the image of the surgery and image of the our medical profession would be at crossroads. Like they may select any of the words, no holds barred, that kind of a situation. And that's one of the important issues which every person who is involved in the medical profession should be concerned. Now, at this point, the question comes in like whether Ayurvedic surgery should be a separate identity, should have a separate identity, or whether Ayurvedic surgery is just a copycat of the contemporary surgery. These are the discussions which are present over there. As far as the current situation is that, of course, Kshara Sutra in fistula, it has become a unique therapeutic approach and is on the verge of getting a complete global recognition. Of course, it has already gained a significant global recognition. So that's a significant contribution from Ayurvedic side to the surgery. Beyond that, beyond Kshara Sutra and anorectal issues, surgery in Ayurveda is still practicable and still it's a need of the day or it's a need of the future too. From that point of view, these are the issues which we need to consider. Surgical conservatism, that's surgery being done only when it is absolutely necessary, or extending the indications or the guidelines for the surgery is one of the important possibilities by which we can contribute a lot to the suffering of the people. And of course, post-operative care with Ayurvedic approach, Ayurvedic medicines, which can be used to promote the wound healing, or even the other complications of the surgery could be minimized to the Ayurvedic medicine, is another area where we can contribute a lot. And of course, another important issue is a safe surgical care can reach to the area where there is a need, like a rural area, a contemporary surgery and the surgical facility, because the current surgery is significantly focused over technology, high technology surgeries. They cannot reach to the area where you have lesser facilities, lesser infrastructure, like a rural area, whereas a Ayurvedic surgeon can reach to that area. So from these important points, there is a need to have an identity of Ayurvedic surgery. Of course, identity of Ayurvedic surgery also is an absolute necessity to evolve a national medical system by synthesizing the best of the traditional ideology with the modern technology. When we say the modern technology to be adopted, surgery is one of the fields where the technology can be adopted easily. Now, to establish what we can do, I am just giving you the data of my treatment, my records of patients. When I started practice in 1983 to 85, in the initial days of my practice, the number of surgery, ratio of the conditions, just I am giving a few of the examples. This is just one way. By combining Ayurvedic treatment of Agni-Dipana and Anulomana in the treatment of hemorrhoids, the number of surgeries which we can do, which we can avoid, is quite significant. This number shows the number of patients whom I have treated during the span of, in a gap of 5 years. I have just shown you that graph in the these gaps of 5 years to make this graph visible. The number of cases which we could treat without surgery and is quite significant. I'm just giving a few of the examples. In case of appendicitis, it's again the same, like the number of surgeries which I do has gradually diminished, whereas number of patients whom I am seeing is increasing. Now, this kind of an image is a need of the day, and interestingly, many patients whom I see, they come for that kind of a target, where whether they can avoid surgery or not. A good number of patients who have already got an appointment elsewhere for surgery, before the surgery, they want to have a second opinion, like whether we can avoid surgery or not. Avoiding surgery is not only in these two conditions, there could be many possibilities. I'm just, with the time limitations, I can't go into all that, but I'm just showing some of the major areas where we can produce a significant change in the need for surgery to a very significant extent. Spinal surgeries in IBD, it can be reduced to a great extent, and a large number of patients who might treat, they are of that category where surgery could be advised. Surgery might have been advised, and we can avoid surgery with the combining with Ayurvedic treatment like Biodiversity or the Niruhavasi, etc. BPH, cholecystitis, and in the diabetic food conditions, I have an impression or image in the society of a limb-saving surgeon. So, of course, these are all, I'm not highlighting, or I'm not highlighting my performance, and my purpose of showing or suggesting about this is not to show a one-upmanship, but it's about the highlight about the need of an identity for Ayurvedic surgeons. Because one of the major issues now is our current generation of Ayurvedic surgeons, many times they follow the technology and they feel like they try to cope or maybe overtake the contemporary surgeons in terms of following the technology. I think it's not necessary. We need not be in a position or in a position of racing or competing. It can be our role can be in a sort of, we can have a silo or we can have a unique formation for our own identity, and that identity would be of a surgical conservatism. Now, There is another aspect of this. Just for the sake of highlighting or maybe showing the need, like to justify whatever I'm going to say, I'm just giving you a history of one case. Of course, I could have quoted hundreds of cases. This is about one patient whom I have treated in 2017. A boy met with the road accident and he had a complex fracture of the ankle, but he was referred to a tertiary care center in Bangalore because of the need for a more sophisticated intervention. Of course, the case was complicated and a disarticulation of the ankle was done on the date like 2nd December 2017. And the patient had developed again ischemia, the necrosis of the proximal area. And again, there was a second revision of the amputation, below knee amputation was done on 16th. And still the patient had some complications, of course, during this course of the treatment in that high-tech hospital. Everything was being done. Douglas studies was done on 22nd and it showed femoral artery thrombosis and the patient was advised about another third amputation, below knee amputation on 24th. Now at this level, because the patient's party hails from a poor family and you can even appreciate the stress on any person when she has to undergo a third amputation within a month or so in a young boy. Naturally, there will be a lot of stress and moreover, by this time the patient family had spent a fortune and at the end, I usually say one a bit lighter word is जिसका कोई नहीं है उसका तो STM है. So when most of the patients who get frustrated, they come to STM Ayurvedic hospital. And of course, again, jokingly, a later said, my name is written in the case sheet by our staff as Yam Sharma. I read it often as Yama Sharma because the mortality figures of my patients are quite high because a large number of, at least 1 in 6 patients whom I treat, they come from that category where they have lost the hope or they are not able to cope up with the requirement of the contemporary system and they come to Ayurvedic hospital. So this patient also came in a very critical condition, toxic situation, and the whole the stump was amputated, stump was necrosed as the patient's general condition was quite poor, and in that state the patient came to us with virtually very little hopes by the patient's part. Now what I did was, I did just a minor debridement of the area and I started in the oldest of the antibiotics, gentamicin, because
a quick time alert.
Fine. Now I'm just at the end of it. Within 2 minutes, finish.
Thank you.
So now this patient was treated with the Manjistatic Sharavasti, and you can see the progress within 5-6 days. There was a real vascularity, and the patient's it was revised. It's the suture, resuture. Some was pre-suture, and the patient had a good healing. And the total picture ends with now the patient has a artificial limb and doing his normal activity. Now all this is not to highlight about what I am just doing, just it's about the points to which we have to consider. Whether an informed choice could have avoided the choice of frustration. The patient's party came to me at the frustration. Was it necessary? The negativism, now one of negativism is by the time the patient was discharged against medical advice from the other hospital, they had to give an indemnity bond, like by going to Ayurvedic hospital, I am wholly responsible for my care. Now, whether that kind of animosity could have been avoided or not. A synthetic approach could have reduced the suffering, and hence, in the future, what I am just suggesting is Ayurvedic surgery should maintain that identity of safe and conservative surgery, and we should target about wider public acceptance so that the policy makers, they can be in a strengthened to have a adoptable policy. And adoption of reasonable established technology is the important thing. It's not that every technology which comes in should be followed. And of course, in this kind of situation, hostility and trade union mentality should be replaced by concern for the common. Building an environment of cooperation and collaboration to evolve national identity system is, I think that it is not impossible, it's difficult. Now, just this is about the news report of the Supreme Court case now, when the The government has issued a gazette notification about Ayurvedic surgery. The issue is now under the Supreme Court, and in the Supreme Court, the pleading was a right to life in jeopardy is because of Ayush doctors. Now, whether this in this kind of environment, whether a synthesis is possible or not, I would still say it's not impossible. It's difficult. With this, let me thank you. Thank you, I said, and I would expect some feedbacks in due course of time. Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharma, Vaidya Sharma ji.
Thanks a lot. Unfortunately, we're not able to hear from the auditorium.
Okay.
Ashwini is, in fact, thanking you. She's on the podium, but
whether they could hear me or not.
Yeah, we could hear you. We could hear him. We'll move to the.
Stay on until Ashwini introduces him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I welcome.
I think we will end the call. The next speaker is on.
Fine.
I would like to
I'm sorry. Yeah. We'll move on fast now. I'm sorry for the delay. Now, Dr. Prabhakar, can I say you are Dada of research in Indian biodiversity. So he's very, very highly experienced in India, Dada of Indian biodiversity research, and his research and published papers you can find everywhere. But one of the interesting thing, last slide, this is last slide. So we want to cover up 15 minutes. This is Citizen Portal is what he is doing, right? Citizen Portal for Indian biodiversity, which has public with public and it's free for public again. So please, over to you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I'm eating into your lunch time. I'll try and run through these slides quickly. So we're planning to put out a citizens portal on medicinal plants and One Health. We've been working on it for a few years. Let me just go with the main points. We all know, we've heard that we really want to kind of mainstream the rich heritage of culture of medicinal plants and health. We've heard this thing about Har Ghar Ayurveda, Har Din Ayurveda, and that's really what we want to do. The point is to mainstream part of our culture. Today you go to a rural area, to a village, the first way that any health is treated by first the healthcare and Western medicine. Can we kind of reverse that? Can we mainstream Ayurvedic health and traditional health among all the population of the country? That's really the purpose of what we want to do. So we really want to build out an online citizens collaborative and participative portal where people can get access to information, access to healthcare services. People can contribute to the healthcare, to the information system that's available there. So it's a two-way process where we can build an online collaborative and participative platform that will aggregate and curate medicinal plant data from traditional scientific literature and local health traditions. It will organize the information along ingredients and their availability and distributions, the curative and sustaining property of ingredients. It's very important that Ayurveda is just not curative, it also has sustenance of health. And finally, formulations that can be used for better health and well-being. So the portal will allow citizens to query in all languages all across the country in the next few years. It will allow citizens to query and interact with this knowledge system. So if somebody has an ailment, the person should be able to kind of get an advisory on how to treat this health system. Also the portal encompasses or is planned to encompass not just human health but animal and plant health as well. Okay, we are not building out of nowhere. We are not building in vacuum. We are building with a background of existing databases and portals. We've been doing this for the past 7-8 years. From the beginning of 2000, we have this Indian medicinal plants database that FRLSG has brought out. It is a database that covers all different types of medicines, traditional medicine in India, and is a database of all medicinal plants that is normally used. And there are the database has something like 7,262 botanical names and about 1,50,000 vernacular names of medicinal plants, all linked to different medicinal plant systems. This is available online. This is available online today if you go and you can access this database. Then there is the NVIS Center on Medicinal Plants, where the status and conservation status of medicinal plants has been highlighted, and this also is a separate database, separate site running. Then there is the distribution mapping and using GIS and mapping backward linkages for traded species. All the traded species, where they come from, where are their markets, what is the quantity sold, etc., has been databased and put out and available on this particular site. Over the last 3-4 years, we've tried to do an experiment on taking one particular district and trying to see if we can give health security to that district based upon the medicinal plants, their availability in that particular district, close to their home, close to what the kitchen uses, etc. This is an experiment that's been on, and this provides information on what kind of what is your ailment, how to treat that ailment, what ingredients will be available in your house, in your household kitchen, and what ingredients will be available in the surrounding areas for you to access this. We have a back-end database, that is the implant database on medicinal plants of 6,500 species, very detailed system on all this. We also have the India Biodiversity Portal Medicinal Plants Group, which has the distribution of medicinal plants across the country. This is a citizen science portal, this is an expert collaborative portal, and it has information on medicinal plants and their distribution, their biology, their distribution, their conservation status available in the India Biodiversity Portal. The plan is to really integrate all this into a citizen-oriented, a citizen approach, citizen-centric portal. I was very happy to hear that TKDL is planning to kind of open it out. It was confined to patent offices. It's planning to open it out to a larger audience. We'll be very, very happy to kind of integrate information from that and provide it to the citizens in a way which is attractive to citizens to use. The proposed architecture, we're integrating the, so species, the species information, species status, etc. will come. Then there is the Ayush, Aushadhi microservice that we've kind of designed, where the species information, species ID will be imported, and along with it the plant part that is used for medicine, the dravya guna of the plant part, the karma, the formulations and pharmacology will be integrated in a whole set of tables and a database, which will be the Aushadhi microservice. Then the Prayoga and the use microservice, and so these are separate modules that will be built that will interact with each other. The Prayoga microservice will have Aushadhi and its ID imported, formulations and its ID imported, local health traditions, home remedies and references. Very, very importantly, every bit of information will be referenced through a reference developing system. We will do this for Manusya Ayuryoga, Manusya Roga and Prayoga, Vriksha Roga and Prayoga, and Mriga Yoga and Prayoga. So we want to encompass human health, animal health and plant health in this whole system. We've been working in the last 2-3 years as a part of the National Mission on Biodiversity, a preliminary design and development integrating all these different systems into one. Then there will be the utilities microservice, where the user, every traditional user will have the traditional, there is a traditional healers network that FRLST has been cultivating, and so they will be users on the system. There will be traditional Ayurvedic whites, there will be citizens, there will be farmers who will be users on the system, use this information as well as contribute to the information. Literature is very, very important. We need to have a nice reference system which can reference whether any kind of prayoga or any kind of dravya, etc., aushadhi, what is the kind of reference in literature, if there is a reference in literature and directly linked to it, what is the reference in traditional texts, what is the reference in local health traditions. So you will know the trace, you'll be able to trace where that particular innovation came from. Finally, there is an integration with the market met plant database, met plants, traded species, what is the quantity, what is the conservation status, etc. And then the Indian languages translation, which is absolutely important. Today, there is an unknown power in the hands of the cell phone. There's an unknown power in the villages. People use it a lot. People are raring to go. We just have to enable it in local languages. That is the major hurdle that we have. If we are able to kind of provide it in the 22 languages by a translation port service, it will be very, very effective and used very largely. Finally, the outcomes. Organizing the met plant data. We will have contributors from Ayurvedic Vaids, traditional healers, scientists. The met plant data will be the central database. We will get inputs from scientific literature, we would get input from TKDL and TKDL databases, traditional knowledge systems will feed into this thing. We will have the species and the species distribution, conservation status, biology, etc. coming into the Met plant. It will be validation, there will be such a system of validation by experts and value addition, and then it will be kind of used by farmers. Farmers will access this, citizens will access this. This is generally the scheme that we've kind of designed, and we are ready to go. The database structure, etc. has already been designed and put in place. Expected outcomes, important. Har Ghar Ayurveda, that was a nice line that I heard. Har Ghar Ayurveda, Har Din Ayurveda. So mainstream traditional healthcare systems and achieve cost-effective localized health security for the population. If we do this, it will really be, the major debt in this country is because of people, villagers or lower or poor people going and paying money in hospitals and medical emergencies, which really is the major drain on resources of the poor. And that's why they get into major debts. So localized, cost-effective localized health security for a population. Establish prior art. This is very, very important. We need to be much more confident of ourselves. Local health traditions need to be much, much more confident of ourselves. We cannot keep knowledge secretive and confined to small zones. We have to put it out in the global market. I would believe putting it out assertively in the global market, play very confidently in the global market, in the India market, put out this information, establishes prior art in the use of medicinal plants, and asserts intellectual property rights over knowledge. So it's very, very important that all of us get much more assertive, not get secretive, and put it out in the public domain through the internet, through these media. Negotiate access and benefit sharing. Now, access and benefit sharing is supposed to be ordained by COP and by various agreements, but access and benefit sharing is just giving a pittance, giving some kind of apology of some benefit to the local community which has this resource, which has this knowledge. We need a much more active access and benefit sharing. I think in some conversation with Darshan we were discussing this, and he was saying there must be locally available use and value add to the resources that is there. Not just the value, the resources being used by multinational companies and big pharma, but there must be a value add at the local level, and that must be kind of transferred. And that is really what is access and benefit sharing. Access and benefit sharing today is an apology of giving some little dole to the local person who has this knowledge. Finally, conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity resources for human health and plant health. There are many, many intricacies. I will not go through it, but that is really what is our dream. 25 years is a long time in the sphere of technology, in the sphere of portals, in the sphere of technological innovation. We need to do this in the next 3-5 years. The first cut must come out in 3-5 years. 25 years, we don't know what will happen in technology, in knowledge transfers. We have seen the last 25 years, the kind of changes that it's brought out in our system. 25 years is too long a time to wait for this. Finally, thank you very much. Thank the organizers for giving us a place to speak. It is a cooperative effort between India Biodiversity Portal, the Biodiversity Collaborative, MetaString Foundation, TDU, FRLSD, and the other organizations that have been collaborating and huddling together in developing a system like this. Thank you.
Sir. Yeah. Please, sir, here. Sir, Prabhakar, sir. So you can have 2 plates of dessert, okay, because you saved our 2 minutes. So we move on to the next talk. Dr. Minesh Shah, Chairman NDDB. He has 35 years, more than 35 years of experience in dairy industry, and has worked on many international projects, internationally funded projects, and is on many committees which do develop policies for dairy. And he is interested in collaborating and applying Pashu Ayurveda in dairy industry. So very nice to have you here, sir.
Thank you. I think namaskar and good morning to all of you. I think I understand being one of the last few speakers and holding all of you back. But then believe me, I will not take more than 10 minutes because I have only 5 slides to show. And some of my work, I think it is made easy by Dr. Praveen Malik ji, so I'll just skip those points. This, I think all the speakers have told, Ayurveda dates back to Vedic era. Modern medicine started somewhere in 18th century. We also started with veterinary medicine somewhere in 19th century. And then, we have seen how Ayurveda is overshadowed by the advancement in the medicines. And we are happy that now, I think last 3-4 decades, we have again seen, the resurgence of Ayurveda and gaining popularity, and institutions like TDU playing, a very critical role. So, I think in terms of Pashu Ayurveda, let us understand few challenges what we have. We have, I think, total veterinarians about 80,000 in our country against a livestock population of 540 million or 54 crore animals. And it's really difficult for a one veterinarian to, take care of 5,000 livestock units. So I think this is the challenge we have. We have limited access to animal health professional. It's a very large geography, and taking every veterinarian, to treat the animal again is a challenge. We have seen, the lack of awareness and acceptance among farmers for this kind of formulations. I think Himalayas have already told about the challenge, how the industry level clinical studies is also, is a challenge. And I think one of the most important challenge which dairy sector is facing is the antimicrobial resistance. We have seen the antibiotics in the milk, and its impact is, enormous. Many times the milk which we try to, make curd, because of antibiotics in the milk, it's not, bacteria cannot work, and then you don't get curd. So this is a challenge we are facing, apart from, going these antibiotic residues to human, because we are consuming milk and milk products, and all kinds of challenges which we are facing. And so we thought that, I think it is important that let us take some of the knowledge what we have, and we are fortunate we collaborated with TDU. We had a collaboration with Tanovas, and we started working on, taking some of these challenges and how we can take a role in maybe making aware about to the farmers that how you can treat your animals with some of the Ayurvedic medicines or some of the veterinary medicines which are already available. So these are, I think, one slide which explains the benefits to all the stakeholders with what we have in the dairy industry. We have farmers. The treatment is very, very cost effective, easy to prepare, administer. Ingredients, I think all of these speakers have highlighted how easily those ingredients are available. It is non-invasive. We don't see any milk withdrawal if use these medicines, and there are so many other advantages at the farmer level. And as consumers, we get, I think, reduced antibiotic residues in the milk. We have better product quality, reduce food allergies. I think we have seen lot of allergies coming because of the medicine usage. And unlike those medicines, I think Ayurveda has that advantage, and better health, as Dr. Malik explained about the One Health approach. As country, I think it makes easy for the regulatory bodies, because you don't have challenges of antibiotic residues and other things in the milk and milk products. We are really struggling to form the standards for the antibiotic residues or pesticides residues in the milk and milk products. They are so, micro level present in the milk, that testing them and then spending lot of money to, know the level, I think it itself is a challenge, and it makes easy for the regulatory agencies if we don't have those. This is what some of the speakers have already told: recognition of Indian traditional systems, better prospects in the international markets, as Himalaya has told. And with all this, we will be able to tackle the antimicrobial resistance issue. And I think we are also helping by adopting a Pashu Ayurveda. We are also helping the climate, because if you have the antibiotic-free dung, it improves the carbon sequestering. We have seen, you have seen lot of carbon available in the land, but the problem is its absorption. So when you have antibiotic in the dung, actually the carbon which is present on the land doesn't get into the soil. So again, I think a very, very good, advantage which we have is the antibiotic free dung, and we are helping the climate also. So what we are doing is at NDDB, as I told, we had a good collaboration with TDU and Tanuvas. We started working with a small pilot in one of the districts in Gujarat, and what we realized that in 3 years time, after we have reached almost 1,000 dairy cooperative societies in the district, the cost of antibiotic reduced from almost 32 rupees to 12 rupees. So that was a immediate benefit which we could measure, which we could see that there is a direct benefit which is available. So then we started supporting other dairy cooperatives. Now we are working with 16 milk unions and some of the producer companies also in 8 states, and we are also providing financial assistance to some of the cooperatives if they are ready to set up a plant for making this Ayurvedic formulations actually. Because for us there are already companies like Himalaya which are available. In the veterinary field, unfortunately, we have very limited formulations readily available in the market. So we have also started supporting the cooperatives for making the formulation. One of the other important work which we are doing is training the veterinary and animal husbandry professionals, because as Dr. Malik explained, we don't have such kind of structured educational program going on as of now, and NDDB is training this personnel on how to make the formulations, what are the benefits, and we are also popularizing the measures on YouTube channel. You can just visit the NDDB YouTube channel. You have all the formulations available for all common ailments in the animals. Almost 30 ailments we have the readily available videos available on the YouTube, and again on all the regional languages. So the language is also not a challenge, and we have recorded about 7.5 lakh cases so far with various ailments, and our success rate for the clinical recoveries is more than 80%. So this actually very clearly suggests that there is no need for certain ailments to go for the high-end antibiotics or high-end medicines which are available. So last slide, as I promised, I have only 5 slides, and for a way forward, I think we have a vision at NDDB to become net zero, and this initiative is helping us, because this will have the use of Pashu Ayurveda will have a lot of effect on reducing the carbon footprint with the livestock or the dairy industry has. We are working on with the universities on research and development to take care of nutritional deficiencies or immunity enhancement products, especially after the COVID. Now we have all realized the immunity enhancement products which are available. We are trying to institutionalize the Pashu Ayurveda based EVM. So we are developing some of the SOPs, how we can develop the standard operating procedure, standard certification regulations. I think most of the things which Himalaya had talked about in their presentation. As Dr. Malik told, we are also trying to include the Pashu Ayurveda based EVM in the veterinary curriculum, and we are working with the ministry to see that both the ministries, our own Animal Husbandry and Dairying Ministry and the Ministry of Ayush, to see that as soon as possible this can be included. We are also, as I told, helping the cooperatives to commercialize some of the the formulations which they can make, and NDDB is providing a substantial grant if they are ready to commercialize this process. And extension activity is the core of NDDB. So taking the research which the universities have, or some of the developments which we can get from around the globe, we are ready to take those initiatives forward to the farmer, make them aware, and we hope that I think going forward this Ayurveda, Pashu Ayurveda is gaining lot of momentum, and NDDB will have a very, very crucial role. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, just please for us a small gift from our side. Yeah. So we move on to the last talk of today's session, Vision Talks of Dhara Ayurveda 2047. So I welcome the Siddha expert, Satya Parmeswaran sir, on the dais to deliver his talk. He has a long-standing Siddha experience in Siddha, and he is very passionate about how we can make it applicable in contemporary for contemporary needs. Okay. He has helped students to develop some apps for using Siddha, and also he is very keen on developing the protocols for the study so that it is acceptable in the current modern world. So over to you, sir.
I hope I should leave you by 2:10. I will try to cover. I have 52 slides. You don't worry. I will try to just say the content only, but I will try to complete within time. And I wholeheartedly say my thanks to Darshan Sankar sir and his team who has called me and they have asked us to speak in this very good gathering. See, if you want to say that Siddha could not have a special or a separate vision, because we have a very close relationship and link with, even though we have our congruences and differences, we have a very close link with the other Ayush systems, and the what I am going to speak here will be also applicable to all the Ayush systems. See, we had an earlier vision 2020. And that great gentleman have dreamt a lot along with us, but before that pandemic came into place and many of his dreams didn't happen, and we will pray to the Almighty that our 2047, the next 25 years, should happen as we dreamt. And more or less still we have some misses and we had some hits between some particular areas, but still we have that misses and we will try to fill the gap. See, when this 2047 came into a talk, every Indian started writing his own vision that how India should be. So it's very, very important that dreaming for a better India, and this 2047 should go towards that. So my first dream should be for Siddha or any other Ayush thing should be making Ayush betterly affordable. If you go and see how we are in the insurance area, or the making health via insurance as happening in other countries, we are little low, and if you compare with the developed countries, see, even though we are listed among developing countries, our role is very low, and if we could reach that within the upcoming 25 years, it will be a very better thing. And how to do that? See, for us, we have universal health coverage, and see, by having an universal health coverage, you can be like a lion, but you can also align with what is happening. That's very, very important. And in my upcoming slides, I will try to say some words how we can do that. See, this is very, very important. Now we are using the Human Development Index. When you going to use the Human Development Index, we are not speaking on the lines of the other calculations which the other worlds use. If we are positioned a little higher only if we use the Human Development Index, and my talk will be related to the Ayush portion in that. See, this is very, very important. If you reduce your out-of-pocket expenses, and if you could do that to a common man, that will be the real social thing which we should do. I will be always saying to my friends, Professor Darshan Sankar sir, even one of our speaker told just before, he will be thinking anything towards how a common man or a stakeholder in between a common man will use. For an example, he has called us, we have a collaboration, Central Council for Research in Siddha has a collaboration with TDU, and he has called us and said that train all the saloon people in and around Bangalore for and train them the basic vermum which they could help at the level of the within the 10 minutes. If a person comes for his making him groom, he is trying to train the beauty salon people and to make them little more as a stakeholder, and so that they can give a small remedy to a common man. This is the thinking, and if we could reduce the out of pocket expenses, then that is the reality which is going to happen. See, we have been receiving letters from various for the past 2.5 years. I am a trained NABH assessor, and I can say that Ministry of Ayush is very keen to instruct us to get an accreditation for all our hospitals. Now even Quality Council of India has stepped down to say that you go and get your yearly accreditation at least, because they are trying to make it as a habit. What is the use of getting an accreditation? The use of getting an accreditation is that you will be impaneled, and health insurance people will be behind you if you get an NABH accreditation. So if I am, there are some guiding principles of universal health coverage which goes with universality, equity, non-exclusion and non-discrimination. See what it tried to say to us. It tried to say to us what is available in India as a treatment policy should be available also internationally. We have very few examples. We should expand more. We should cross the boundaries to reach that. I will show 1 or 2 examples. This is the this is the guidelines on vermum therapy practice developed by Central Council for Research in Siddha along with TCM Division, Ministry of Health, Malaysia. Now this guidelines is available with them. With this guideline, they are doing the therapists over there are treating their patients in vermum techniques. So the same national guidelines we have also released the national guidelines in India, and so it happens. So here I have compared what is happening domestically and what is happening internationally. In the next slide, you can see 2 publications. One is from our TDU group, that is JIM, and another is from the Journal of Indian Medicine and Homeopathy, the official journal of Government of Tamil Nadu. You can see that both these, if you have a footfall of people coming to the vermum practice OPD. So the universality of treatment availability is already existing. We should be very much keen to improve that. And if you check into the equity of the caste, you must be knowing that Tamil Nadu was the only state which has 78 COVID care centers at the time of the pandemic was there. See, you can see that the per day treatment in a COVID care center or even with a private person will be less than rupees 200. Whereas you can see that the increasing price, now we can come to an argument and to say that people who need ICU, I am not speaking here about people who need hospitalization. I am speaking about people who didn't need hospitalization or ICU, even their cost was very higher. So it's very clear that Ayush interventions are comparatively cheaper, and we could try to put it in the patient's hand, it will be very easier to reach that point. See, if I could also give an example, this is our publication of what we have treated in an PCL fracture, and this is a fixing up of by a vermum technique. See, if you go to that, if you go to, so if you go there, the cost you can see that it is $387, but this patient was treated in our OPD. So by which I am trying to say that empower all the primary, secondary, tertiary Ayush hospital. If we can do that, definitely it will be a easier process for us to go. See, this is very important. Comprehensive care that is rational and it is of a good quality. People used to say that when Ayush treatments don't have an randomized control trial. So you can see a randomized control trial, which we have done it integratively with the GAMS Noida, and also we have done it with Dr. Manikavasam is here. He was the person who have been giving, who have been running this clinical trial in Delhi, in which we have compared Nilavembu Kudinir, Kabajura Kudinir and herbal tea along with the standard allopathic care. And we have measured how many times, what is the length of stay of the population in getting treated with this particular intervention, and we have recorded it. So RCTs are definitely possible with Ayush interventions, and so if we could improve our quality and if we could train our people more, we can definitely reach the goal that we are thinking for. See, this is very, very important. Tamil Nadu is a state in which you have co-location of that is Ayush doctors, either a Siddha doctor or a yoga or a naturopathy doctor or an Ayurvedic physician or homeopathic physician will be available as a co-located person in the primary health center. This is very, very important so that a patient can have their own choices to select the system they want, and it is very much possible. Only this paper very clearly indicates what is happening and what is the utilization behavior of the people who approach the Siddha clinics in Salem. Then see if I want to say here that an ESI hospital is the last residual place for a common man who is whose income will be less than 20,000 per month. Unluckily, the ESI hospitals are very, very, very minimal for Ayush procedures or Ayush treatments to get continued. So it's our duty that within 2047 we should increase this number. And always we are saying about insurance, but if you want a real, see why I want to put this insurance needs life. I will say you here that we have a very big establishment called as National Institute of Siddha in Chennai, which has not less than, see after COVID our footfall has reduced. The footfall of National Institute of Siddha is not less than 2,500 per day, which is equated to the Rajiv Gandhi footfall in Chennai. Today it is less due to COVID, it is within 1,800 to 2,000. But it's an NIBH accredited hospital. Still then, the empanelment or reimbursement is not happening there. That is my worry. So it's very important that NIBH has implemented their standards and assessors. We are around 10 assessors availability. We are 10 assessors there, but we have NIBH accredited hospital only 3. So this is very, very important that we should try to increase all our level. We have essential drug list for Siddha, Ayurveda and all. The essential drug list availability itself is one of the point to reach the insurance sector, and many a times our treatments are considered to be rejuvenative than therapeutic. If you go and approach an insurance person, he will say that your things are always of rejuvenative nature. You try to be, as said by sir, that it should be definitely therapeutic in nature, so that we will get more amount of thing. And we have all the digital infrastructure with us. We have, I will proudly say that it's from my institute, the Ayush Hospital Information Management System is happening for the entire nation, and we have our Namaste portal in place. I had respected Ram Manohar sir, who has worked with me in the WHO, the diagnostics course and WHO terminologies. We are coming up with all the global essentialities in Ayush, so it's very, very important for us to do that. And I think only I have 45 minutes more. Sorry, seconds more. So I'll be closing with this because it will be very good. Increasing number of footfalls per day is a strength for Siddha, but unless or otherwise, if I am going to have my IPD facilities also to be improved well, this footfall will come one day. And establishment of special OPDs like diabetes OPDs, hypertension OPDs, cancer OPDs should happen more. I am the president of Tamil Nadu Palliative Association, but we could establish only 2 palliative care centers. It's very, very more to do that. And we want, if we want to expand our boundaries, we want to expand our scientific presence, and innovations are definitely picking up, and we even have published around 11 patents. And I was speaking with my friend that we should definitely go beyond Dr. Vishwajanani madam and get that, how to get away from TKDL and get the patents. So it's very, very important for me. And digital platforms, see, I have a digital tool for recording adverse events of patient. I have a digital tool for recording we have been always cheated by all the other people. They will be saying that if you are going to take 30 ml of 5 grams of this powder, and one day you will become like Amitabh Bachchan, we will be. So all those misleading advertisements can be captured with my tool that I am having, and we have developed. So we have been developing always, and systems like One Health or P4 theory of all health are picking up, but these are all not very new to Ayush, maybe new to allopathy. It's not new to Ayush, because One Health is already existing. I am coming to this institute from 2004. I can see, and also Balasubramanian sir is working with Vriksha Ayurveda in Chennai. So already we have been in One Health. Now as yoga came back to us, One Health has come to us now. Definitely, if we could, we could work hard, we can definitely achieve that 2047 thing. Sorry for taking one more minute. Thank you.
Sir, here is a small gift from us. Yeah. Yeah, I would like to request the vision speakers and IKS and TDU committee members to stay back for a few minutes, and we can, you can, and other people can move on to lunch. Lunch is served across the road in Adya Farms, so there will be our volunteers waiting there. So I would like to take this opportunity to say thanks to everybody who's attending and who has spoken here, and namaste, and we would see you around for the other events now. Thank you. Yes? There are demos, and there is the free health checkup across the road in IIM hospital. Please do visit all the venues, especially exhibition. And at 4 o'clock we have a very excellent cultural program here. Please do come back here. यहाँ पे वापस आइए, cultural program है martial arts पे, traditional martial arts पे. Please वापस आइए ज़रूर. और 4 बजे, और बाकी की जो हॉल्स है, एग्जीबिशन हॉल है, सब देखिए. और अभी खाने का टाइम हो गया, तो वहाँ पे खाना सर्व हो रहा है. खाना आद्या फार्म्स में है. हाँ. One second. We will have to stay back for some.